Welcome back to day 2 of SBC Fest.
We are so excited to be back for another fun-filled day of crafting. We had a great time yesterday learning from yesterday's instructors and chatting with all of you.
And we love that we can offer our inspiration-filled SBC Fest to you all for free.
I can't wait to learn more today and see the projects that the instructors are going to be creating. So,
let's give you a refresher on how SBC Fest works. Each day, we will be joined by a group of instructors who have pre-filmed their classes. If you are watching the event live, you can join the live chat with the instructors and all of us.
Yes, and to make sure you're current in the stream, you may need to refresh your video throughout the day. After each day's stream, we'll have timestamps so that you can go back to the beginning of specific classes so you can take them over and over and over again.
Yeah. When creating your projects, upload them to social media and be sure to tag Scrapbook.com and use the hashtag SBCFest. Also, upload your photos to the gallery and use hashtag SBCFest in the category section.
At Scrapbook.com, we are all about empowering and inspiring the community, and we're so grateful for all of the instructors for joining us.
So true. We are asking that you keep the comments positive. Any negative comments will be removed, and if multiple offenses occur, you will be removed from SBC Fest.
Just like we said yesterday, we can't thank you enough for how positive everyone was during our last SBC Fest, and we want to keep this one just as positive.
Absolutely. On our SBC Fest page, you can find commonly asked questions under FAQ.
You can also find the supplies used throughout the event on the supplies page, and we promise to hand pack your order with care and get your packages out quickly.
That's awesome. At Scrapbook.com, we offer the best selection of card making and scrapbooking supplies, so you'll find amazing products while you're browsing.
Yes, and speaking of amazing products, I think it's time for a giveaway.
Let's do it.
So let's share how the giveaways will work.
Okay, I thought we were doing a giveaway right now. You got me all excited.
We can.
Well, let's tell the rules first. Okay, between certain classes, we will be popping into chat. There, we will be announcing the giveaways. All you have to do is comment in the chat. A lucky winner will be tagged and the comment will be pinned to the very top. So make sure you're watching to see who wins at the top. You can also find a full list of winners in the YouTube description. The first giveaway today is, let's show them. Here we go. We're moving into it.
Okay, here we go. There is a bunch of stuff.
I have our freebie die up here. So make sure you grab this and add this to your cart. It's that fabulous wreath freebie.
We'll share more about that while you guys are commenting.
Yeah, sorry.
So we have the Tim Holtz glass media mat.
Yes. Awesome. Okay, that's a big one.
Oh yeah.
That's a big one.
Along with the media surface mat.
Ooh, it goes with it.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
And then our own project grip mat.
This is the big one too. This is the extra large big workspace one.
Yes. And then we have some rub-ons.
These are awesome. Look at these. These are our new rub-ons. So you're getting some fall themed ones as well as some Christmas.
Oh yeah, and more Christmas goodies.
Ooh, look at this Santa die. So cute. All the little pieces put in together. The Mary paper pads. So cute.
And then some essentials for any craft room.
Tweezers, mint tape, and adhesive roller.
Oh yeah, and a magic mat.
And a magic mat.
And more essentials.
And more, oh my gosh, look at these dies. Look at these fabulous snowflake dies. Your Artiste glue with the precision tips.
And then we have the Gina K.
Oh my gosh, we're giving away some Gina K stuff. We are so excited to have Gina K at Scrapbook.com now. So make sure you check out all of her products new to Scrapbook.com. We are so excited. We love her.
Yes.
We absolutely love her. So you're winning some stamps.
The die.
The die and stencils.
Yeah, and that's the whole Create Friendship set. So you'll be set.
Cordy, all of this.
Yes.
All of this is going to be one lucky winner.
So in the live chat, let us know, did you attend yesterday live? Did you watch the replay? Or did you create projects after the event ended?
Yeah, I'd love to know. I know I went home and did some more projects when I got home.
The same.
Yeah. All right. Also, don't forget, I know I was mentioning it earlier, but don't forget about the freebie wreath die. Be sure to add this to your cart today. It's free. You can make so many cute things with it. It has all of the little sprigs that you could even cut apart and use for other projects. Love this freebie die so much. It's a good one.
Yeah, and we even saw you do that in for Simon's card that you recreated. You use those little sprigs.
Yep, I use the sprigs. That's right.
And when you're checking out, don't forget to use the promo code SBCFest3 to save.
That's right, SBCFest3, and you get a discount off of your order, so take advantage of that.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so we will choose a winner right now.
Okay.
And then I think it's time to get in the first 2 classes of the day.
Congratulations to the winner. And kicking off day 2 of SBC Fest is our dear friend, Vicki Boutin. Following Vicki's class will be a class taught by our other fabulous friend, Lauren Taylor. So let's get ready.
Let's go.
Okay.
Hello there, my crafty friends. It's Vicki Boutin here, and I'm so excited to be back at SBC Fest. I love Scrapbook.com. I love these events. I love the community. I love the creating. The biggest thing, my message to you would be, have a good time. I am creating this class from Ontario, Canada. I've been paper crafting for a very long time, since my son was about 6 months old, and now he's 22. So I'm still here because I love it. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to craft forever until I can't anymore. And I'm going to share it with you in this class today, where we're going to do some mixed media magic. We're going to use my newest collection, or one of the newer collections from American Crafts, called Where To Next. We are going to use some beautiful exclusive dies from Scrapbook.com, and we're going to layer. It's going to be the best time. We will go through all of the basics when I flip the camera around of what you need for the kit, and just kind of follow along. Just ignore my die cutting of 12 million butterflies. Focus on the little caption that I added for how many you need for this class, because I ended up doing a double page layout. I did a bonus single page and maybe a card, so that you have lots of fun from the kit that I'm using this class. So it's going to be a great time. So let's flip the camera, let's get started, and then I'm going to meet you back here at the end to tell you how much I love you and send you on your way. So let's get going. It's going to be so much fun. Okay, friends, let's get started. I'm going to talk about some of the materials we're going to be using to create this fun double page layout, and then a card, which I love, and maybe there's going to be a little surprise at the end as well, with a bonus with some of my leftovers. So I'm going to be using this awesome die set, well, 2 die sets from Scrapbook.com, Love You and Pattern Butterflies. I love that this die with the stacked words is going to be so much fun, because Love You doesn't have to be, it could be Love You, well, my whole thing is going to be Love You and about travel. And then these butterflies, which is one of my favorite little shapes, and I love the size and scale of these, so it's going to be so much fun. We are going to be using some of my Where To Next collection. So we have papers, we have the Happy Life chipboard, so we're going to use that. I have a couple sheets of cardstock that I'm going to be using to die cut the title and mount photos possibly. So I have 3 shades here that just go with my photos and the pattern paper. And then let's get down to what we're going to create our mixed media with. So like I told you guys, it is going to be mixed media, but it doesn't have to be reinventing the wheel. We're going to just use some basic tools to create some really fun backgrounds and create our own pattern paper to die cut, which is a big thing. So even if you're using steel dies, or you're using your Silhouette or Cricut or die cutting machine, it is a great way to customize your own pattern paper to then create your own custom made embellishments. So I'm going to be using Foundations paper, which is my mixed media paper through American Crafts. It has a vellum finish on it, so this is going to hold wet medium really well. This is going to be what I'm using for the base for the layout, so 2 sheets. I'm going to also do a 3rd sheet for the die cutting of the butterflies, and then maybe a piece for my card. So we're going to be using this. I'm using the white today. It does come in black as well. So if you're using maybe metallic mediums to do your watercolor marking and dripping, then you could use the black Foundations paper. It's lots of fun. But the thickness of this is going to be great. It will be a tool for success. And then I'm going to be using Distress ink from my friend Tim Holtz. I don't think I'm going to use the dried marigold, but maybe I'm going to set that one aside. I'm going to try to keep my palette maybe with 4 colors. So Spice Marmalade, saltwater taffy, fossilized amber, and shabby shutters. These colors I find will match nice with where to next. I have ink blending tools for those colors. So see, the palette's going to be really pretty. I'm going to be doing these two together for the background, and then these two colors together for the butterflies, which they will pop when they're layered. So I love that. For the technique for our mixed media, we're keeping it super simple with something most of you guys could find around the house, some bubble wrap. You will need a water mister because this is going to be a water reactive technique. And if you want to add a couple drips, maybe a round paintbrush. So this one is a number 10, I believe. Number 10 or number 8 will work perfectly, just so we can use a cup of water, use our distress inks, and add some tabs on the background. I also have like a pokey tool for cleaning out the dye. If I use the textured dye from the butterfly set, it's nice to just poke those extra pieces of paper. You will also need basic tools like a trimmer. I am going to be using paper punches to punch out this one paper. Let me grab it and show you. So this paper has circles on it. So I'm just going to use coordinating circle punches to cut that out. You could use circle dies. You could hand cut them, whatever you want to do, but it will work perfectly for layering some of these circles. So I believe it is a 1 inch, a 1.5, a 2 inch, and a 2.5, I think is the circle size. Oops, let's confirm with my ruler. Yes. And then just your basic tools, your adhesive and a ruler and your die cutting machine, which I also will use. Let me grab it. My very favorite product from Scrapbook.com, my Magic Mat. This really makes die cutting a breeze. This is one of the best things ever. I find that the paper releases beautifully from the dies when you use the Magic Mat. So let's get started. I'm going to clean my table off, and we're going to start with the mixed media. The other thing too, heat gun could come in handy. So I'm going to clean this all away. I'm going to grab my 2 sheets of foundations paper, my inks, and we're going to get started. So let's go. Okay, I'm all set up and ready to go. I have my distress inks to start with my base, which is going to be using the shabby shutters and fossilized amber, because these two colors will blend to make a really pretty secondary color. I'm going to be doing kind of a pattern that drips from the top for one side, and then I'm going to kind of do the reverse, but maybe over in the corner for the second page. I thought doing a double page layout would be fun because a lot of people who scrapbook like to do doubles. If you like singles, then you could make these 2 pages 2 separate pages in your album. So let's get started. We're going to start by blending some ink in the middle, and then we will do our technique with our mister and our bubble wrap. So I'm going to go in and start with fossilized amber, and you just want to add your ink in a circular motion. And like I said, the foundations paper works beautifully because it has a vellum finish on top. So your ink blends and the water sits on top of the page. So it really works well when you're doing mixed media techniques that require water. So let's get some ink down. We'll come back and revisit the colors, but I'm just going to do a kind of fun blend. Like I said, it's going to kind of be a little tornado coming down the page. Okay, you need to get enough ink on here as well, so when you add your water and you want to do the reaction and kind of moving the pigment around with the bubble wrap and the water, that you have enough pigment on here that you can actually see it, because it kind of makes a difference, right? So I'm going to blend it in. I want some areas that I'm blending the 2 colors together, and some areas where the colors just sit nicely by themselves. Okay, so let's just continue doing this until we have our pattern on both pages. So this blended out beautifully by just adding a little bit of both colors. It's going to create a really pretty pattern when we put the bubble wrap on. I'm going to do the same now for the second page, but in the bottom corner, because my design is going to go here and then on the other side. Kind of like the same thing, but flipped around and reversed a little bit, because I love doing that when I'm doing double page layouts, because it just makes the design easy. So we're going to do kind of the same pattern, but maybe a little bit in the corner. Okay, so the bottom in the bottom right corner. So let's go in again with the mustard seed, and I'm going to just do more of the same, right? So I will just speed this up so you guys don't, it's like watching paint dry. So let me finish this up quickly, and then we can move on to the bubble wrap. Okay, I think that is a nice deposit of color. It will react nicely when we put the water on, because that's what makes Distress Ink's magic, is how they play with water. So what we're going to do now is, let's start with our original. Oops, throwing stuff around. We're going to take a sheet of bubble wrap, and don't put too much water on here. Less is more. You can always add, but you can't take away. So I'm just going to mist some water on my background, or on my bubble wrap, and then I might wipe some areas. Sorry. Ooh, nails on the chalkboard, right? So there's not one square or rectangle of pattern, and then we're going to just put it on here and see how that starts to react with the ink. Oh, I can see it beating underneath. Look at how fun, right? Very pretty. And I'm going to wipe it off so I'm not depositing color just yet. And I'm going to add water again. And we're just going to keep lifting some of this pattern. Simple way to do mixed media, if you're nervous about it, is with tools that kind of act like you have control, right? And I find that this is very easy to control your water application. And you're going to see the other part we're going to try to achieve is we're going to carry that color, right? So at the same time as creating the areas where we're actually lifting the color, we can then also deposit it. So just let it sit on there. Oh, that is beautiful. And then I'm going to do an application now, right? Where we just start to deposit it a little. I will hold that up closer to the camera. I just want to get a little bit more in that corner. Up here. Now, the darker your colors, the more lift that you're going to get, and the more deposit, if that makes sense. Because if you were going in with a really dark blue, you're going to have way more pigment that you're playing with. So you could pick it up and deposit a little bit more color. look at how subtle that is. Very pretty. Let's give it a little blast with a heat gun to dry that. So we don't have to bake this like a cookie, right? We just want to dry that so we don't actually move the pattern around. So it's very subtle. We're going to go in and do some drips and drops just to add to the fun. And I want to dry it before I go in now and do some drips. So we can drip and put splats on where we are adding pigment, which we will do, but I also want to put some clean water drops on just to break up some of these areas where it'll eat away at the pigment. Okay, so some areas that look a little heavy, let's go in and do this. We will dry it again. And then we will add some drops. But I find this is a quick way to some of those darker areas. So when you go to lift your color, you don't want to rub, you just want to lift the pigment, okay? So lift the pigment. Find a new area of your paper towel and then just lift the pigment. So look how fun that is. We're actually getting the white to shine back through by just putting some clean water on here and lifting some of that ink. So I love that it is breaking up the pattern. Very fun. And we're going to repeat the same thing on the other side. So we'll do that first, and then we'll do our little paint drips. So just keep working on it till you're happy with what you have. I want to break. Okay, let's just add a little bit of heat. And then we will do the watermarking again on this side. And then we can put a couple of paint splats just to kind of make it not such a like blob of pattern. This ink just brings pure joy. Very fun, very subtle little bubbles in the background from the bubble wrap. And then you have the lovely pattern where the water has eaten away at the ink, where you're bringing the white back up to the top. Let's give this a dry. We'll put some of the little paint drips on here, and we can move on to creating another quick ink background to do our die cutting. As the moisture leaves the paper will flatten out. That's why I always say don't over dry it, because you don't want to change the memory in the fibers of the paper. But as this dries, it will start to flatten out. Now we've lifted color. I would like to reintroduce color by putting on a couple of paint drops. I don't think I'll do it in both shades. I think I'm going to only go in with the yellow because I don't want it to get soupy. So I'm just going to take some fossilized amber, and I'm going to make myself a little pool of paint with my paintbrush. You can use your mister, but a round paintbrush is your friend, and a wider round, a number 8, a number 10, makes putting your drips in so much easier. Now, what's nice is you can go in and make these a little bit bigger. Don't go crazy with it, right? This is just adding a little bit of depth because there's more pigment when you're putting this in as like a wet paint, and it will just add a little bit of depth with your layers here. So we'll just put couple of drips of paint. You could let it run down the page if you wanted, just by lifting, right? Tap. And you can get some little running areas, just more water. The paint and pigment will move a little bit more. So that is, again, personal preference. We don't need to go crazy with this, but it's just another way to add a little interest on your page when you're doing mixed media. Is the little drips are never a bad idea. It's pretty much how I always will finish a mixed media background. And if you are a card maker and not a scrapbooker, you're going to do exactly the same thing. When I show you my finished card, it will be the exact same technique, just different scale, right? I wouldn't do it as big. So again, we don't want to go too crazy with this. It's only supposed to be a little added accent. And then we can set this aside. We'll let those dry. Create a base now to die cut your butterflies. I'm going to use the saltwater taffy, the spice marmalade, and a little bit of fossilized amber. And I call it the kissing technique, the packaging technique, whatever you want to call it. It's just an easy way to create a watercolor background with very little artistic skill or endeavor. It's just kind of trying to figure out how to break the page. If you were painting this just manually with a paintbrush, it can be a little tricky. But when you use something like I'm going to use the packaging from the Thickers to create a background that is customized to match the color of the product that we're using. So this is going to be pretty much similar to what we just did, but instead of using the ink blending tool, we are, if I can get these out, just going to use this plastic to deposit some color. So I'm going to start actually with this one with the saltwater taffy. We are going to just put some pigment on here. Less is more to start. You can always add. I want some areas that are just going to be pink, like the, the saltwater, I don't know, salmon-y color. and then areas that are just going to be orange, yellow, and then where they blend. So just start maybe in a corner and just start putting your pigment down, because this can be very fast, right? There, one color down. I'm going to wipe that. I'm going to go in with some of the spice marmalade, dry it, and then put one more layer on, and we are ready to die cut. Make sure that you leave some open space, some white space to shine through here, because it makes your pattern a little bit more interesting. The biggest key with this technique is enough water. If your pigment isn't moving around, your ink isn't moving around on the page, and you're just getting those kind of solid polka dots of color, then it just means that you aren't using enough water, so your medium's not moving around, okay? Let's go in maybe with a little bit of fossilized amber up in this corner. When we layer a little bit more of the mustard seed, we'll get a more orangey color. But right now, kind of has a very similar color, right? But we will layer that and create some depth. So I'm going to give this a blast with my heat gun, and I'm going to go in and put another layer, and then we'll probably put a couple taps of paint. So about 3 layers to get depth in the colors and to create interesting pattern. So I'm going to go ahead and give this a little blast with a heat gun, and then we'll be ready to put another layer. So I'm just going to keep working here. So let's go in now and drip some pigment on here. So we're going to get those nice dark areas where we can kind of control our dots. And put one more layer on. Blend it into some of the other colors too, so you have that contrast. And then we can die cut our butterflies and start creating our layout. Mixed media doesn't have to be difficult. It can be super easy. The one thing that is a key, the golden nugget I'm going to share, is layers, layers, layers. So heating, dripping, lifting, adding. The whole key to getting this kind of depth and pattern is to not rush the process, to actually enjoy the process of making the art. Because it's a couple colors of distress ink, which most of us have had forever, and you can get amazing backgrounds. I use regular distress. You can use oxide. You'll get a different effect, because when the pigment inks separate, you get more of a milky kind of effect. It's beautiful, just different. But I love the depth that regular distress will create, and these are going to make beautiful die cuts. So let's grab here's our background. They're ready to go. We're not going to add anything else to those, but let's grab our dies and some cardstock, and we're going to cut the butterflies, layer and glue a title, and then we'll start building our page with all of our beautiful art that we created. I'm going to cut this art into manageable pieces to fit into my die cutting machine. And then I'm going to go ahead and cut a whole bunch of patterns using the dies, so I have a nice stack that I can use. When I have art like this, I'm going to cut as much out of it. We'll do one title out of some of the leftover as well, so you can see what that will look like. And then I will have extras for bonus layout, and I will have extras as well for the card. So we're going to go ahead and just cut this into, like I said, manageable sizes, so you can decide how do you want to cut this. I don't think it's really going to matter. I'm going to do about a 6-inch piece, right, to fit on the die cut machine. So I'm going to go ahead and just cut 2 pieces. And like I said, we can go through and die cut. You can tape them down if you want to with some not double-sided tape, some washi tape. I'm probably going to, for the most part, use the solid pattern, but I really like to go in and pick a really pretty section, die cut that. But let's see what both of them look like. So let's go ahead. We will do maybe wherever, don't want to waste. So we'll put those on. I'm going to tape them. And then we'll see what kind of result that we get. Go ahead and throw some washi tape on here, and I'm going to just put them through my die cut machine. These are going to be absolutely beautiful little elements. So now I call this Contained Funk. We made that beautiful big background, and some of you might have looked at it and went, oh my goodness, that's a lot. I don't know if I can handle that. But look at now when you put it just on a background, the detail that you get when it's all kind of contained in that little shape, right? So, and if I go off screen, I apologize. I'll make sure I do it multiple times so you guys can see. And then you're just going to go through and poke all of your pieces out. Okay. And if, because I'm putting this on thicker paper, and if it's not die cutting really well, just, I'll go through and just put a shim in with it so that I can get the pieces out. Right. I don't know. And it's not ideal when you're die cutting on the edge instead of in the center of the art, but we will make it work, right? If that one didn't turn out beautifully, I'll just cut another one because we have that whole 12 by 12 sheet. But look at that with the pattern dies as well. It's going to be so pretty. Isn't that pretty? So I'm just going to go ahead and just cut a whole bunch of these dies out, and then I'll be back with you we'll do the title out of the cardstock, and then we'll be ready to start building a layout with my beautiful inked fingers. Okay, I'll be back in a minute. Create a little shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. So once you have all of your butterflies die cut, I cut all of them, everything I could fit on a sheet of, or the sheet of paper. We are going to go ahead and cut out a number of the Love You dies. I'm going to glue them together to stack them so it's like creating my own little chipboard piece. So you can use 3 layers or 4 layers, whatever thickness that you want. So go ahead and just die cut that last one. We'll glue them together and we can start making the layout. So go ahead, do that. Again, the color that you want to use and then the number of pieces you want to use, and we're going to glue them and stack them. I'll show you that. And then we'll go ahead, clean up and start creating our page. So to stack your die, you're going to put a little layer of glue, whatever glue you want to use. I'm just going to use a glue pen, and then I'm going to layer the next piece on top, and then do the same with the third piece, and that will create a nice thick layer. So go ahead, get your adhesive on. Like I said, glue of your choice. Color of your choice for your title, whatever matches your photos and whatever works best with the paper you're using. If you are actually creating along with me and using my Where To Next collection, this blue will work beautifully. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to layer that on here. You will have some working time so that you can move it around and make sure that it fits. Your glue of choice, so whatever wet adhesive you like to use. You could run this through like a Xyron or one of those machines, or you could cut some double-sided tape. Some people will do this by layering craft foam, and you could just put your colored piece on top and layer it on craft foam, whatever you want to do, but this will start to create a thicker die cut. So you can have a nice layered title with some dimension, and then just clean up the little bits. I'm going to put that last layer on, and then we can start making our layout. So I have everything ready now to go ahead and make my layout. And the photos that I have for this, the colors I think are going to work really well. That yellow and green background is going to contrast nicely with the reds and the blues and the oranges in the photos. So I'm not sure if I'm going to use all of them, but I have like a 4x6, 2 3x4s, and 2 3x3-ish. And I think I'm going to put some of the smaller photos here and one of the bigger ones here, but I want to leave lots of room for embellishing. So one of the things that I think will tie the color beautifully in here are the circles from the beach umbrellas paper. So I want to punch out a couple of these circles again. The circle punches will work beautifully for that. So you can just go in. If you have your circle punches and those sizes, this paper was designed specifically, I got stuff stuck on there, to work with your punches and your layering dies. So if you have a set of the circle dies, that should work beautifully. But then our butterflies and circles are going to be pretty much the main element for this layout. So you can go ahead and punch a bunch of the circles out. Anything that's left over we can use for our card. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to punch some circles. And when I'm done that, we can start building our layout. beach umbrella paper is probably one of my favorites. I have lots of favorites always, but one of my favorites in Where to Next, just because of versatility of this paper. It's great to create your own embellishments. So what I would like to do is start with one side of the page, and then we'll work on the other side. I have now my elements ready except for mats, which we're just going to have to decide kind of on paper placement. Let's put the photos on here and kind of start placing some of our butterflies and our circles, because that's going to be the major element. And then we can pull some items from the chipboard set. So we're going to find some fun things. Let's see what we want to use. So I know my title, right? I want it to kind of go here. And then some of the smaller photos, like I said, I don't know if I'm going to use all of them. I know I want this one on the right-hand side of the layout. I'm going to put that one there. And we'll decide, because there's not going to be a ton of pattern paper on here. Some mats, maybe some strips of pattern, but all of the magic is going to come in the elements when we layer them out. So I think the picture of Rich and I, because it pulls that blue in here, we were in Seattle, which, oh my goodness, if you haven't been, I absolutely love this city. We were going on a cruise to Alaska. I teach on scrapbooking cruises, and we stopped in Seattle with my friend Cary, was showing us around town, and it was absolutely amazing. So I thought this can be travel themed, even though it's not traditional travel. So if our title goes in here, and then we have a couple of elements, maybe I'll put this guy on here. Maybe, we'll see. So I'm thinking, right, just kind of have some little photos laid out like this. Oh, I can't cover my face though. Can't do that. So maybe like that. This guy can go over the Sasquatch. So maybe that's going to be pretty much generally the layout, right? And then we can start looking at our butterflies to fill in. So this is going to be kind of a fun tone-on-tone element, right? On the layout, we can put punches of color. I know I'm going to want a little bit of the blue and that red in here. So maybe up here, a little blue circle, and we can fill it in with some of the others, right? And then start placing some butterflies. Get a little guy down here, and maybe one of the medium size too. Right? So it's kind of love you Seattle idea, right? You don't need a ton. I say right a lot. I guess I'm waiting for you guys at home to respond, right? Isn't that cute, right? And then we have our little textured element butterflies as well that we can put on here. Totally digging it, my friends. Totally digging it. It's going to be very cute. Layout. Maybe one of the orange butterflies. So you get my idea, right? That we're going to fill it in like this. Let's look at for our photo mats, because I don't want everything to kind of just get lost on here. So for our mats, you could go in very tone on tone and use a yellow. I have this light blue that I think will be pretty. I don't think I'm going to mat all of them, but I want to mat maybe this photo here for sure. That one. And I know for sure this one. So we'll cut photo mats with that. Let's do that. And then we can start deciding what pattern paper we might decide we want on here as well. Okay. So I cheat and I just kind of put my photo on and then decide that looks good. Take a little bit off, just a little bit. And then this guy. Go ahead and tack that down. Oh, straight, preferably, not crooked. Love it. We could put a couple little strips of pattern paper. We have this map, which I like. I would like to use maybe a strip of the map paper behind it to tie in that light blue. This we're going to use for a bonus layout. Don't need to use, it's very pretty, but don't need to use that. And then we have this blue. I think it's going to be very tone on tone. Ooh, look at this one too. And then, oh my goodness, this is a fussy cussing paper if I ever did see one in my whole entire life. So we are going to get the bones down for this layout, and then we can start adding our elements. So clean up my workstation a little bit. So I'm going to say for this, maybe, what is that about? I'm going to do a 2-inch strip of this. Might change my mind. I'm going to do it from this first. Okay, so I'm going to cut the barcode off the top because I want that blue and the white and that little tape mark. And then I'm going to trim a 2-inch piece of that. I feel sometimes this can be pretty fluid when you are creating a layout, when you have a lot of mixed media on the background. You don't want to necessarily cut it all off or cover it all. Cut it off, cover it all, right? So you just want to find some little elements that you can add, right? That you're not covering all that pretty stuff. So we don't want a ton of pattern paper on here. We're going to pull the elements in with the butterflies and the rest of the pretty. Okay, so for that piece, so it's 2 inches high, and I believe I'm going to cut about, let's do a 10-inch piece. 2 by 10. And we're going to go ahead and I'm going to tack this down. I'm going to commit. I don't have to put tons of adhesive to start, but we know, oops, upside down. That might matter, right? Like that. Oop. And it doesn't, I'm going to put it wonky. I'm not going to put it straight. All right, now we have our elements. Don't want to cover my head. Like that. And then maybe just a little strip of this blue, which we can use the scallop border if we want to, because the other side of this is white, so I don't really want to use that. I can use that for something else. So we're going to do 2 things. So this paper here is called Summer House, which actually I'm going to use a little strip of the green in yellow. Will be pretty. So this piece was 10 inches. I'm going to cut a 1 by 11-inch piece of this. Again, Summer House. And that blue pattern paper, I probably should tell you what it was called. look at what the cameras are very fun, was called Passage. This strip was from Passage. So it's a little different when you're doing these classes, because normally I'm teaching live and you guys would ask questions. You'd say, hey, Vicki, what was that paper? What you just cut? So now I have to self-monitor myself when I don't have the help from a live studio audience, right? Oh, I love that. Very fun. Okay, I'm not measuring it. It's 11-ish. Let's go ahead and maybe do little banner ends. This paper pulls in the fossilized amber that we used and the shabby shutters. So that I think is going to be really pretty. Go ahead, use this. Go on there like that. I'm going to go ahead and commit. I'm going to actually commit this photo exactly as it is as well. Oops. So go ahead and glue down your little banner strip. And I'm going to tack the center of my photo because then I can still foam dot the corners. But it stays put. So if you wanted to add stamps or other elements, you totally could to this page, right? On the background, you could stencil on top of the pattern that we made. It would be beautiful. Okay, that is committed. We know this guy's going here. However, we're going to lay that out. And I'm just throwing stuff all over the place. This guy is going to go under a little bit, but not covering totally my Sasquatch. I love that. And then we know our title for Love You. Now, really, in a perfect world, I want to stick to what I included in the kit. But what could be really fun here is I could put Love You Seattle. So I might put just a thicker or die cut a title that says Love You Seattle, or I might even handwrite it on here, Love You Seattle. Let's do that. Maybe I'll do that and just hope that I don't wreck the whole layout. But handwriting it could be really fun if you like your handwriting, right? No pressure there. I want to commit these pieces. I want to cover the little pig snout. Let's find some pop dots. Because for sure, I am going to add dimension. It is my favorite, one of my favorite scrapbooking tools is foam adhesive. To play with light and shadow is awesome. I'm going to put one underneath this corner too. You can double it up if you want. I know that I will want them at the top of this. This guy. And let's tack the bottom of our Sasquatch down. Yeah, so much fun. If you haven't been to Seattle, I would highly recommend. What an amazing little city with great food, fun shopping, lots to do. Really, really fun. I might straighten this guy out a little bit now that we have it down. Okay, so this I'm going to glue. I'm going to use some liquid glue. I'm not gluing it down perfectly. I just want it at least attached kind of in the middle. So let's put some glue dots. I have to get a little pin because my glue is clogged. And just watch that I don't put too much. I don't want to glue it everywhere. I just want it kind of tacked. I actually like that it's kind of floating. So go ahead. Not going to cover my face or the pig's snout. That looks good right there. So we'll just tack that down. How are you guys? Do you make a mess with your wet adhesive? Sometimes I make a mess with my wet adhesive. I love this so far. And now we can start filling it with our embellishment. So we have pieces that we can use off of the chipboard. So what do you guys think? I'm hoping, right? I could just take a Sharpie, right? And let's find a piece of paper so I could show you. And I could just write, love you, Seattle. Could be fun, right? Let's do it. I'm just going to go for it. Love you, Seattle. I guess we could do like a little comma. Love you, Seattle. I don't know. My grammar friends will know if that is what you would do or not. So I know I want that blue up here. We said a little red one down here. I think I had a little yellow guy here too. So you could cluster these if you don't want them just kind of randomly placed. Maybe a big green guy up here. So they're just kind of floating down. Another red one up here. I like that. I think, oop, cut that one from the edge. That might be enough circles, right? And now we can fill in. So do you see how they're kind of floating down the page? Right? Just kind of floating down the page. And that just kind of starts setting up your visual elements to then fill in with our butterflies. And you could follow that pattern, right? With your little butterflies. One could go right actually on the circle. That might be fun. And we can decide, do we want to put any of the pattern ones? They are kind of fun, aren't they? So maybe one of the pinkier ones here. And with the white, it's kind of fun. Or a bigger one maybe. Let's look. Oh yeah, look at that guy. Love it. So we'll just continue laying these out. Glue them down. And then we can fill in with some embellishment. It'll be lovely. I like that. Very nice. I don't know if I want the textured ones on here. To be honest, I'm kind of liking the solid. What is your preference? You definitely can go with whatever you like. Whatever works for you, right? And maybe the smaller one might work better. Or the peachy one. I really like that contrast. Okay, I'm going to commit those and then I can start filling in with some other elements. So you could use your glue, you could use your foam dot. Let's glue our circles down actually first. And I'm just going to glue this stuff down and then we'll come back to look at the adding some chipboard elements. Okay. I have my little elements down there. Oh, I absolutely love this. So before we start filling in with the chipboard, let's do the other side of the page. Okay. Didn't need a lot of pattern paper. Lots of fun. Let's look at the other side. Make some room here on my table. Are you a clean crafter or a messy crafter? Do you need tons and tons of space to finish your pages? Just clean up. Make room, Vicki. You guys know those butterflies are there. I can do this. I want to make sure. Can we see? I believe we can. Let's tack our photo on here. And that's going to go in this element down in this corner. I don't know if we want 2 photos. Maybe. We'll decide. Okay, we'll decide. So I'm going to do the same idea with these pieces, but I think I'm going to put it right off the bottom of the page. But we'll cut it. Let's cut some strips. Same paper. I'm going to use that little blue piece here. So for this one, I'm going to cut it. We did 2 inches here. Let's start with 2 inches. And then we'll decide if that works or if we want to trim some of it off. I don't want to cover all of my mixed media. All that hard work. Don't want to cover that all up. So we can decide. See, what do you think right off the bottom? It's covering a lot of the mixed media. What do you guys think? So let's just put it off the bottom like this. And I'm going to cut a smaller piece of this one. Maybe 9.5. 9.5 inches. I'm going to move this page because you can see what's going on. So that it is front and center. So we can see what's going on here. And let's do 9.5. You know, what's funny is I will never get tired of scrapbooking. And a lot of you guys out there might be card makers. This might not be your jam, but I love it. I have been a scrapbooker for many, many moons. Very excited to have done my collections with American Crafts when they invited me on to kind of play and be a part of that. It has been an amazing ride. And I never get tired of it. Never get tired of paper crafting. Let's do our little floral piece, which was, remember, 1 inch. Again, from the Summer House strip. So you will have lots left over if you purchase this kit. You will have, or if you're going to purchase this kit, a lot of paper left over to do multiple layouts. And what's nice is you could do multiple layouts using the same technique. I lost my scissors. There they are. So I'm just going to go a little deeper, right? So this was 9.5. So let's say that this was 10.5-ish, maybe even 11. Looks 10.5-ish. We're going to cut our little flag banner. I'm just repeating the pattern on the right-hand side, which is a really nice way to do your double page layouts, right? Is just repeating the pattern. And by flipping it to the bottom, instead of having it at the top, oh, I overcut that a little bit. It makes for an interesting element. So I don't think I'm going to put it right at the bottom. Maybe. We'll see as we go. It might move down a little bit. Actually, you know what? Move it up. I'm covering a lot of that mixed media. But my idea is I had Love You on the one side of the page. And then I could put Where to Next. Could be fun underneath here. Love You, Seattle. Where to next? I love it. And look, it carries in the blue. So, oop, I'm ripping it. I often will de-stickify my chipboard pieces so that I can decide on placement. So I'm going to go ahead and use my little powder tool from We Are. This one is a We Are Memory Keepers. Tool's been around for a long time. There are different brands out there. You can use it for a static tool to take static away when you're embossing. But I like to de-stickify. And then I put foam dots or something else on there. I know it seems counterintuitive, right? To take something that already has adhesive and wipe the adhesive off. But I like the ability to place my embellishments. So I'm really digging that. And I like that it's carrying the blue from the other side. I don't know if I'm going to, because then I have journaling spot too. I'm going to edit. I'm going to edit and take that photo off. You could put more. I know some of you guys like lots of photos on your pages, right? Sometimes for me, it's more about the stuff and the design. So I'm totally okay to take that off. I'm going to lift that up so we can see the blue on there. Put that slightly askew. Hope you guys can see that. Make sure. And now my circles are going to come up from the bottom. So to the smallest, right? I want to make sure I have the blue on here because that ties in the colors in my kimono. And maybe a green. So what do we have? We have yellow. Don't know if I want that big yellow one on here, but maybe we will. Let's put that kind of there, right? And then a blue guy there, maybe red first. I don't want the blue too close there. Blue. Oh, loving it. And the blue guy could go over there too, maybe. Green. I did not put a yellow on this side. Oh, I did. There's yellow there, Vicki. Ding dong. We'll decide, okay? Kind of loving it, right? Now let's get our butterflies on here. Let's get some butterflies on here. And we are definitely liking the ones that are in the pinkier color. So that could go there. We could have, make sure we have a pink in the small. Up here somewhere. And then I think maybe just one more butterfly on here in the orange. Let's look. Spread that guy out. That one in there. We're going to need one more. I feel like it needs one more. Big, small, I don't know. Let's see. Let's look and decide what we like best. Well, that's kind of fun. That might need to be edited out. I like that size. We haven't used turquoise. Can we get away with it? Maybe if we put a turquoise little guy over here somewhere, we can tie that color in. And I'm going to foam dot it because I like that. Very much. Maybe one more butterfly. Love it. Love it. Very fun, friends. Very fun. And now we can fill in with some of our chipboard. So I'm going to pop a turquoise guy over here somewhere. Maybe there. I don't hate it. And then we will make sure we pop something up on this side too. Circle-wise. Just throwing some foam dots on there. And we will decide where that guy's going to go. There. I love it. Okay, let's adhere. Is this glued down? Did I glue it? No, I did not. So, love you, Seattle. Where to next? This is going to get popped up. I'm going to put foam dots on the back of that. And now you will see how by filling it in with a little bit of chipboard, you could use stickers that it really will pull it together. So I love with my collections that we'll mix fonts, we mix colors, so everything isn't super matchy-matchy, so that you could use it with other collections too. It doesn't all have to be a Vicki Boutin world, right? With the paper collections, you could totally mix in some of your other favorite collections to make your pages interesting. I'm going to move my photo for a second so I don't mess everything up. And put this guy on here. Love it. Fun. I hope you're enjoying this. I hope some of you are playing live. You might be watching after the fact when this premieres. Because I will have, I'm watching after the fact, right? I'm doing this, recording it, and then can sit and watch when it premieres with you guys. And if you have the kit, you can play along. If you don't, you can get the kit and play along at your leisure, which is really fun. I love the Scrapbook.com classes. These SBC events are awesome because it's free, which you can't go wrong, right? That you have constant source of inspiration. You have amazing instructors here that I hope you're learning lots of different things as you are creating. Like I said, if you're a card maker, all you would do is switch up the scale, and where photos are, maybe that's where sentiments go, right? So I want a little bit of adhesive there, and let's try to remember where my photo was. Kind of askew, wasn't it? I say that looks good. Where did you go, title? Oh, there you go. I'm going to say, do you guys see it? Where did Vicki put it? So I'm just going to finish gluing this stuff down, and then we will get the next layer, which will be adding some of the elements from the chipboard sheet or whatever you're using. So that's the bones of the layout, the base, the pieces. Now we can find little elements that we'd like to add that will make it interesting. I love anything that is a black element. I find it is a great way to add interest. So that clip is going to look beautiful on there. I'm going to powder tool it again. Again, just because I don't like to commit. I have commitment issues, right? I want to see first. So I'm going to put maybe a foam dot at the top of it, but for right now, we can clip that. And then at least 2 more of them. So let's try to figure out, because there's 2 more on here, right? 2 minis that we can put on here. And I would like to find, is there another black element that I could use? Best experience, that would be fun. So we could put a clip here and a clip here, and then best experience there for vacay. Look at that. Vacay. Do we like that? We might have to move some elements to fit that on there. Or down here. I like that maybe there. Okay. And best experience. Right? Vacay, best experience, and then we could always do our little chipboard pieces like that, and one like that. Love it. let's commit those. Layer, layer, layer. It is the key. Layer, layer, layer. That's what makes these interesting, or these layouts super interesting, is literally the layers. If you have favorite scrapbookers out there and you're always like, I don't know what it is. What is it that they do that makes me really love their pages? I would say 9 times out of 10, it is using lots of layers. And it doesn't mean it's a ton of product. It's just kind of putting elements together that really make your page kind of pop. So let's put one little guy there. Stick that there. I love clips. If you notice, there's clips in every single one of my collections. We will laugh because it's like, okay, what clip can we add now that will be different than the clips that we did last time? And then sometimes I'm like, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We can put the same clips because I think that they look pretty, right? Very nice. Oop, that guy's not glued down. Almost got caught there. Let's put that up. And then I will put this up here so you guys can see. Right, so far. It's very fun. And this side. Now our butterflies are a little naked, so let's see what elements we could find that we could fill. So we have some different words like where to next, discover new places. I like that. It would pull the turquoise in. I like that. Let's add that guy on there. Where to next, discover new places is a fun little element. I am not a big journaler. So if you were like, where are you going to put your journaling? You could totally put some journal strips here, down here, in that corner, right? But it is not my forte. So sometimes, like, I have things to say. Talk a lot, I have things to say. These little gold dots are like built-in enamel dots. So for sure, we're going to put some of these in here to kind of float up the page. Add that element of gold, add the element of that one has no sticker. I peeled the sticker off. So it's just going to float around till I glue it down. In a perfect world, I think what would be really awesome with the butterflies is if you sewed on the middle of them. So you could hand stitch a little baker's twine on here, right? To give it like antenna. Oh, I have an idea. Before we finish, let's take a look. Let's see what this element would look like. What if we just wrapped it on there? What if we took a butterfly? Let me grab my baker's twine. Try not to drop things. So this is an option if you like it. I put my baker's twine in a sugar container, right? But how about this element? Oh, this could be fun, right? So these are glued down. So you might want to do this. It as an afterthought, Vicki should have done. Look at how fun that would be, right? So if you took your twine and tied it, not as easy as it looks, Vicki Boutin. Oh, this could be cute, my friends. Look at. And then you'd have built-in antennae, whatever the plural of that is. And I will take glue and just twist it on the ends. But look how cute would that be? So if you want little baker's twine butterflies, that could be really, really cute. Or you could just put a stitch, right? Just a stitch of it. So as an afterthought, we'll see how this ends up. But I've got a couple gold dots in there, so that adds a little element, right, of texture. And then we'll decide if you want to add any other pieces off the chipboard. You totally could. You have lots left. We did so much with just the mixed media that now, right, you have tons of pieces left to create another layout. I don't feel like it needs any more. So I'm going to leave that one just as it is. I absolutely love that, my friends. I hope you enjoyed that as well. You can use your scraps to create an extra layout. So a single page layout that you could put a 5x5, 4.5x4.5 photo. This paper, let me find the name for you, is Chronicle. And then I just used the scraps that I had and added some of the chipboard pieces with pop dots, moments captured. This is really awesome, dream. And then just did kind of a little flying butterfly montage. So super easy. Again, just a little mat. I used the other side of the daisy paper, Summer House, which is the turquoise, and put that there. And then for my card loving friends, an interpretation of the layouts in a card. So it says so many reasons to smile. And I added a couple little drips of fossilized amber. And you have a card as well, friends. So I hope you enjoyed that. And I'm going to clean up and I'm going to talk to you guys in a second. Hi. I told you that was going to be fun. Oh my goodness, who knew? A little bit of distress ink, some simple shapes like a butterfly, mixed media magic. There's just nothing better than that. You can switch these techniques up and just use different color palette. You can use stencils. You can do lots of different things. Just don't be afraid to try it. It's so much fun. Look at double page layout, a bonus card, and then using our scraps because there's leftovers in the kit to create a really fun single page layout. It's so much fun. So thank you so much for joining me. A huge thank you to Scrapbook.com and the team there. Oh my goodness, great company. So happy to be a part of this. Don't miss joining me on a Friday night live. Come and find me on all my socials. Just Vicki Boutin. Search me, you can find me. We can create some more mixed media magic. And VickiBoutin.com, all of those places. You can find me. Thank you again so much. Enjoy the rest of this event. You're going to learn so many new things and meet so many wonderful people. Just remember, just have fun with it. We'll see you guys later.
Hi friends, I'm Lauren from Lauren Taylor Made here in sunny Southern California, and I'm so excited to have you back in my craft room for this SBC Fest. I have been crafting and making cards since about 2009. I went to a card class with my mom and just absolutely fell in love with card making and stamping, and it really hasn't slowed down since. I started off with just a few stamp sets to now a very full craft room, but I love every minute of it, and I love sharing different ideas and techniques, especially when it comes to holidays. My favorite holidays to craft for are Halloween and Christmas, and today I do have a Christmas card, a little design inspiration for you today, and we're going to be doing a couple different techniques. So we're going to create our own pattern paper using a layering stencil, and we're also going to do some layering of stamps using one of my favorite stamp sets from Scrapbook.com that's perfect for the Christmas and holiday winter season. So I hope that you're getting started on your Christmas cards because I have a fun card ready for you today. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started by going over all the different supplies we're going to be using today. I'm going to be using some Neenah Solar White cardstock. This is the ultra thick that comes nicely packaged from Scrapbook.com. And I've already trimmed it down to be an A2 card. My favorite is top folding, just because I think it sits on a mantle or a bookshelf much easier. And then I also cut a couple of card fronts that we're going to be using, just one of these, for our stamping today. We are also going to be using some of this Christmas pattern paper collection, and I have an A2 size of the Boho Smooth Cardstock Pack. You can pick any background color that you like out of this collection, but I'm going to use my last sheet of this beautiful print. It has green, pinks, and reds on a navy blue background, so I'll go ahead and get that out now. And then from the Boho Smooth Cardstock Pack, I'm going to use this lightest blue color as part of my background. We're going to do a little bit of ink blending on here and creating our own pattern background with a layered stencil. As for the dies we're going to be using today, I am using the nested A2 rectangles. As you can see, this is one of my most beloved die sets. I use it all of the time. And we're also going to be using the nested tree, just the smallest size tree, to create a fun little die cut tree scene on our card. This is the layered stencil set we're going to be using. It's called Winter Cottage, and there are two different layers in here. So we have one that has houses and some greenery, and then another one to add windows and some little small details to our background. And the stamp set we're going to be using today is the Snow Globe stamp set, and there's also a coordinating die, which is so fun. I love that Scrapbook.com has been coming out with coordinating dies for their stamp sets, and I'm going to show you how I use this set to create a layered scene inside of my snow globe without die cutting anything. It's going to be layered stamping using our MISTI. So to prepare, I have my MISTI, and I already have a Clearly Amazing mat. This is the medium size, and as you can see, it fits just perfectly in the standard MISTI. You could also get the smaller Clearly Amazing mat, and it will fit into the smaller MISTI as well. So I have that ready to go right over here. The colors we're going to be using, I have Distress Oxides, Lumberjack Plaid, Rustic Wilderness, Faded Jeans, Black Soot, and Lost Shadow. As you can see, I haven't made my label yet, but it is here on the bottom. We're also going to be using some dome foamed blenders and the applicators. So here is an example of what this looks like. And then I have the blending brushes in detail. As you can see, I haven't used it yet, but this is going to be great for those small little details inside of our stencil. That's really hard to get with a dome foam blender because they can snag on the stencil. This is going to be really great when we get to that step. A couple other inks I'm going to be using are VersaFine. You could use the Onyx Black or the Claire Nocturne, and I also have Pinecone. And final touches will be with some pops of color. I'm using, this is Pearl in Satin, and I have a gloss in Rudolph Red. So these are going to be ready to go when we're all done with our background. So let's get started. We're going to first begin with some die cutting. I'm going to die cut my background to fit onto my card base. So here is the stacked or the nested A2 rectangles. I really need to get a magnetic sheet for this because I use it so much. And I'm going to use the largest one so that way it will be a full A2 size, but I don't like to waste in my craft room. So I'm going to grab the, not the next size down, but the one after. This is going to be the size of my boho background that I'm going to use a stencil. So then I'm going to grab one more after that, and I'm going to use this to just cut a frame of this pattern paper. You won't see this area on my final project, so I don't want to have it go to waste. I like to make sure that my paper is used to its fullest capacity. So I'm just going to set, it doesn't have to be perfect, but just get it centered so it creates a nice frame that I will glue to my card base. So in order to keep those in place, I'm going to grab some mint tape. I'm nearing the end of my roll, but don't worry, I have plenty more. And I'm going to attach the outside die, which will be the outside of my frame. And then I'm going to center the smaller one as best as possible, and then use my mint tape to keep that secure in place. I'm going to bring this one up now that the smaller rectangle is in place. And I will run that through my Spellbinders P6. Of course, I have the collaboration with Scrapbook.com. And I'm going to get that on my magic mat. And I have my sandwich already planned out. If I could just get it, there we go. And then I'm going to run it through my die cut machine. So sorry when my desk goes a little crazy here. I have my camera mounted to my desk with my die cutting machine, so I'm going to try not to shake it too much. Okay. So here is my die cut frame now. And I'm going to save this piece just for a future card. It'll make a great background for another card. And then we do not waste mint tape in this craft room, so I'm just going to set these aside and I'll use them again in a minute. So here is my frame that I cut out. I'm going to set that aside, and we will die cut out the boho piece of cardstock in a little bit. We're going to do our background ink blending first. I'm going to set these aside. Okay, so I'll go ahead and put this aside for now. This will be on my card base. Now let's get to creating our own little stenciled background, kind of creating like your own pattern paper. I have my little sticky grip mat here, so as you can see, it keeps my paper from sliding everywhere. So I'm going to get that right where I want it. Grabbing Winter Cottage, this is the layered stencil that I'm going to be using, and I'm going to start with the larger images because this second stencil has all of the details on it. So I want to start with the larger ones with the houses and the greenery. And there really is no like certain way that I'm putting this stencil onto the piece of blue paper, just making sure that I have enough coverage and a lot of the houses and greenery on there. I'm just going to center it a bit. And thanks to it being the sticky mat, it should stay in place fairly well. If you are nervous about anything moving, you can always add some mint tape. Now, there are two different colors I want to use because I have greenery on here as well as my houses. And I want my houses to be blue, so I have my faded jeans. And I want my greenery to be green, so I have Rustic Wilderness. And in order to make sure I don't get color where I don't want it, I'm going to grab some mint tape. This time I'm using my 4-inch roll. That way I can kind of trim it to be what I need it to be, what size. So I'm just going to go ahead and trim off a piece here. And I'm just going to cut small strips. And you could also just tear it, probably easier to tear at this point. And I'm just going to make sure that I can cover the greenery up. I like to use some fresh tape for this, not reused tape, because this way it will be as flat as possible for when I'm ink blending. So I'm going to just tear off pieces of this mint tape and cover any of the greenery on my card that I don't want to be blue. So this will take a little bit. This is like definitely a labor of love. You can make your houses green if you'd like and just color all one color, or you know, maybe you're going for more of a monochrome look, so you could do the green and blue colors as well, the greenery and blue colors instead of, you know, masking. But I want to be able to show you how you can utilize your stencils to the fullest capacity. So just takes a little bit of time. Oh wait, I'm only gonna go about 2/3, maybe 3/4 of the way down. So I'm not gonna worry about those greenery pieces. Let's see, anything else? I guess there's one little spot here that I can cover. And I think that covers all of it. Like I said, I'm only gonna go about maybe just the tops of these houses. So I'm not gonna worry about the bottom. Okay, so let's start with faded jeans. I'm gonna grab my Dome Foam blender, set these aside, and I'm gonna pick up the color. Now this ink pad is like super juicy, so I'm just gonna tap off some of the color on my mat. And then I like to start off the on the stencil and into the image, so I don't get like a harsh starting point with my ink. So I'm just gonna start over here in circular motion, blend the color onto the paper in the houses. And like I said, really juicy. I'm trying not to be too aggressive with it because I don't want my tape to peel up. Just trying to add the color of these houses. Again, circular motion. I'm picking up some of that excess ink on my stencil in order to keep going to the tops of these houses. I'm trying not to shake my camera too much, but I think that looks pretty good. Pretty happy with the color. So let's go ahead and stencil reveal, my favorite part. And there we have our blue houses. So I'll go ahead and set this aside. I'm going to peel off my tape and just rinse my stencil real quick, so I will be right back. All right, my stencil is clean and a little wet still. Let me dry it off. I just use a microfiber cloth to wipe it off. As you can see, it's very well loved and stained. Okay, so now we're going to layer this back on. Make sure you have it the same way. And I'm going to line up my houses. They definitely don't need to be perfect at this point because the greenery is filling in the open spaces. Oops, I got my finger on that one. Let me just put a little color back. There we go. This doesn't have to be perfect. So for this one, I'm going to be using Rustic Wilderness, and I'm not going to mask off my houses this time, and that is because I'm using this nice pretty little dainty brush, and I'm just going to go in and fill in the greenery. So I'm going to pick up my color on my brush here, and then I will go in and get into these small details of the greenery and add in this Rustic Wilderness color. And this is so much easier with this tiny little brush. You don't have to worry about masking. You're just getting color in the areas that you want. And what's great about, like I said, the details on this stencil are very dainty, and they have a couple kind of like sharp turn areas, like really detailed cutting into the stencil material. And sometimes the Dome Foam blender can get caught on those little areas. So having these nice little dainty brushes is so wonderful to be able to get into these small little areas. And it's nice that you don't have to mask anything to get into these little areas. And I think that's all of the greenery that we'll see on this card. So I'm going about the same distance down as I did with the blue. Okay, so let's see how this stencil reveal looks. And it looks wonderful. I love the details on this stencil set. So I'll go ahead and set this aside. Now for the second stencil, I'm going to line up the details. And for this, there are some small details. So like little, what I would consider to be kind of berries on the greenery. and these little polka dot openings. I'm not going to actually add anything in those yet because I want to use my pops of color to add those details. So all we're going to focus on is adding in the black soot into these small little openings. So now I can mask again and use a dome foam blender, or I could just grab another brush and add these details in, which I think is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to grab another one of my small blending brushes. This is the 3 set, the 2 small details and this kind of more of a long. I've never used a brush like that before, so we're going to stick to the small ones for this class. And I'm getting out black soot. And again, just picking up the color onto the brush. And then I'm going to make sure I have my stencil lined up exactly as I want it. And then I'm going to go in here and just add in the details on my windows. Now I am layering, so I want to go progressively darker. So the houses are blue. Adding in yellow would be kind of hard because of, layering yellow on blue will make green. Distress oxides do help with layering a little bit more than it would like a dye-based ink, but just to make sure I don't have green windows, I'm going to use black. So just like I did with the greenery, just going in and adding the ink to the areas I want on my background. I'm not going to worry about these houses, just want the ones that are visible here at the top portion of my background. And our final stencil reveal, we have our windows on our houses. Now for the bottom third of the card, I'm going to be layering on some die cut trees. So I'm going to create a ground for those trees. So I'm just bringing back my Rustic Wilderness and my dome foamed blender, picking up ink. I'm actually going to turn this a little. It's easier for me to blend. And I'm just going to blend up to my patterned background that I made with the stencil. So starting at the bottom, again, I like to do a circular motion with my dome foam blenders and bringing that color up. As I go up, the ink is being used, so it's a little lighter on the top, which is what I want. I want it to kind of fade into my background. So going up into that line where the houses end, just so they fade in a little nicer together. And I can even bring in my little blender brush and just kind of smooth this part out a little bit. Definitely doesn't have to be perfect because a lot of it will be covered, if not all of it, when I add my trees. But I just wanted a ground for my die cut trees that I will be adding to the card. Now that my background is done, let's move on to die cutting. And honestly, there really isn't a part that I don't like on this, so I'm just going to place it maybe here. And then I'm going to run this through my die cut machine. So let me get my platform back out. Actually, I'm done ink blending, so let's move this aside. And get my platform ready. I'm going to go more in this upper corner. Get that out of there. There. Lay my pink plate on top, and then I'll run this through my die cut machine. Again, I'll try not to shake the camera too much. Oh, sorry. Here is the background now that it's die cut out. So cute. I love the blue and the green together. Perfect for Christmas. And we're gonna add some details to this background, but I'm gonna do it when I'm all done with the card because it's pops of color and it takes a little time to dry, not a long time, but a little time. And I am notorious for swiping my hand across pops of color, so we're going to do that last. So I'll go ahead and set this down. And you can see here, you can't tell that I die cut the center out of my background because it will layer very nicely together. So for the next step, let's get into layered stamping using our MISTI. So let me clean off all the supplies that I've stacked on top of my MISTI. Okay, here we go. And I have my Clearly Amazing mat here, and I'm just going to place my white cardstock background in here. I still use my magnet, but that's just to hold my mat in place. And we're going to work on adding in our images from the snow globe stamp set. So I'm going to first start with stamping my largest image, which is the actual snow globe. Go ahead and peel that off, and I'm going to place it just up here onto the background, or to my card stock. And sorry, my MISTI's a little squeaky, and I'll pick that up. I'm stamping in VersaFine Onyx black ink. Again, you can use whatever your favorite black ink is. We're not doing any watercoloring or alcohol marker coloring or anything like that. This is all just layered stamping. So use your favorite black ink. And I also have my little Stampendable, so you can use that as well to help with inking. And what's great about the MISTI is if this didn't stamp out exactly how you want, ink it up again and stamp again. But I love it. I think it came out great. So I'm going to set my stamp aside. I will clean them, but after I'm done with the class. Now I want to add in my houses. So I'm going to do both of these different types of houses here. And I'm going to put them so that way they line up to the bottom of the snow globe. So I'm placing the corner of this house, the lower left-hand corner, into where the snow globe meets the base. And then same thing for the other house, but on the bottom right side. So once I have those where I want them, of course my finger keeps sticking to them, I'm going to use my MISTI to pick up the stamps. And let's bring back in our faded jeans. We want our houses to match the houses that we put in our background. So stamping with distress oxides is obviously not always the easiest. It's kind of a more pigment-based ink. But that's the nice thing about the MISTI is if when you stamp it once, it doesn't look super great, you can always stamp it again. So we're going to add the color onto these stamps. And you could also grab the distress ink version rather than the distress oxide. You know, do whatever you like to use for your inking. And this house actually doesn't look too bad, but this house needs more ink. So let's pull off the small house, and I'm going to ink up this house again. And it looks like it really just needs it in the middle, so I'm going to press more towards the center of my house. Let's do one more. And I don't mind it having a kind of rustic look because this is a snow globe, so as far as we know, maybe that's just snow covering our little house up. Do one more. Looks good. We're going to leave it at that. And I'm going to peel this stamp off. I'm going to clean my MISTI just so I don't have that excess blue ink. Next, I want to add the roof of my house, and that's why I have Lumberjack Plaid. I love a good red color for a roof. I'm going to do the triangle roof on the smaller house, so I'm going to line this up to right where the house meets. So it's going to overlap just a tiny bit. Once I get that in place, hopefully it doesn't stick to my finger. Let me bring it in here so you can see it just overlaps a tiny bit. And then for the other house, I'll bring in the larger roof. Oops, got some ink. See, this is why you got to clean up after. I get ink everywhere when I craft. And I'm going to line this up just the same, overlap it just a tiny bit. Here you can see. Okay, I'm going to pick these up with my Misty Door. And just like I did with the houses, we're going to apply ink and stamp onto our white cardstock. I'm going to stamp again, or ink again, and then stamp it. And that looks pretty good to me, so I'm going to leave it at that. Let's peel these off and clean the door again. Now there are also little chimneys in this set, so let's grab those. This one is at a nice little angle, so I'm going to add it to the side of my house with the more angled house. And these are so tiny. I'm gonna sit down so I can get this lined up well. And I have the problem with them sticking to my fingers sometimes, so. Oh. Get it on there. And I'm gonna pick that up now. There we go. And then let's do the more like kind of T-styled chimney on this house. I'm gonna try to get it on there straight. Oh my goodness. There we go. Oh, a little crooked, but that's okay. I'm gonna pick it up and then I'm gonna straighten it on my door. There we go. All right, so let's add ink to these and stamp them down. Oh, that was pretty good. First try. Now let's add in some details to create a nice little scene. Let's do some trees. I'm gonna do the largest tree on this side. It's gonna come out of my snow globe, but we're gonna mask it so it won't actually be outside the snow globe. And let's use the medium tree on the other side. Same thing, we'll mask it off. And the small tree, let's put that right in the middle in between our two houses. Okay, so I'm gonna go and pick those up. And then we're gonna bring back in our mint tape. And I'm just gonna mask along the edge of my snow globe. So that way, when I stamp my tree, it won't go outside of the line. We'll do the same thing on this side. It's a little thin there, so let me peel off a fresh piece right up against that black line. Perfect. And let's bring back in Rustic Wilderness. I can stand back up now. And let's ink up our trees. I'd love to know if you sit down or stand up when you craft. I do both. When I'm coloring or trying to do something that's very dainty like, I sit down. And then when I'm moving around a lot, I definitely need to stand up. So ink these trees one more time. I want them to have a nice green color. Perfect. Let's peel off the masking tape. Oops, I'm getting green everywhere now. This is why I have to have a nice large image. And there you can see a little bit outside, but that's okay. Handmade doesn't mean perfect. And we have our green trees. And then I wanted to do one more tree. I wanted this kind of large tree trunk here, and it's going to be like it's in front of the houses. So I'm going to center it in between the two houses. Let's take off our small trees. I'm going to clean my again. And then this time I'm going to use that Pinecone VersaFine ink. So I have a nice brown tree. It's very dainty, so that's why I wanted to use VersaFine instead of a Distress Oxide. And there we have our tree trunk. But I will add a little bit of details to the tree using this kind of polka dotty stamp. I think this is more like a snow for our snow globe, but we're going to use it just to add some small little details to our tree. So I'm going to just place it so it goes around the tree branches. We'll pick it up, and we're going to use Rustic Wilderness again. And stamp it down. Let's do twice. These are very dainty little dots, and there we go. So now I want to add in some snowflake details because it is a snow globe, but I don't want to have to keep moving these little snowflakes around on a Misty, so I'm going to leave it actually in my Misty, but I'm going to grab a block to be able to stamp all of our snowflake details. Okay, so I have a block here. It's well loved, as you can see. I really need to get some cleaner. And then we're going to grab one of our small little circle snowflakes, and this is where I'm bringing in the Lost Shadow. And I'm not worried about my images coming out perfectly because it's snow. It's supposed to be moving around in our snow globe. If you want to see how it looks, just stamp off to the side, and it looks good. So I'm just going to add some of these little dots around my scene. No like major pattern or arrangement, just going around and adding them so it looks like just some snowfall. And then I'm also going to use some of my smaller snowflakes. So you pick up this little snowflake, and again, just stamp it around inside your snow globe. If you want it to look like it's going to be at the very edge, you can mask again around your snow globe and stamp. But I'm just going to go with stamping on the inside of it. Okay, and let's do one more. We'll go a little bit larger. Fill in some of these open areas. And I don't care if they overlap a little because it's supposed to look like a little snow flurry inside. There, I think that looks really good. So that will finish off our snow globe, but while I have this cardstock in my Misty, let's stamp our sentiments. So I'm going to bring back that lumberjack plaid, and I'm going to stamp Happy Holidays. So I did make a little bit of ink mess on my piece here, so I'm going to kind of go at an angle here so that way I don't have blue and green ink splotches on the back of my Happy Holidays. So just going to put it anywhere there. I'm going to clean off my Misty, my goodness. I am definitely an inky person when it comes to crafting. And then just like we did with the roofs of our houses, we might have to ink more than once. So we're adding the color down. And let's do it again. Beautiful. So that will finish off our stamping. Let's peel that off our mat, and I'm going to set this aside. I'm going to pick up a little bit here on my desk just so I can not risk any ink all over myself now that we're all done inking, and I'm going to go wash my hands. Okay, so let's get to die cutting. Let me grab that coordinating die set. What's great is that this sentiment has its own die too. That is like my favorite thing ever, is when sentiments have, okay, if I can get this out, a matching die. So I'm going to do Happy Holidays, and then we stamped inside of our snow globe, so we just need our snow globe. Let me grab those pieces of mint tape from earlier. And we'll add our snow globe around like so, kind of centering it. And then I'm going to use my mint tape to go ahead and put that in place. And then same with our happy holidays. Center that in there. And this is really nice heavy duty cardstock, so it's going to be really great to add. You don't have to worry about it being flimsy on your card. And let's run that through the die cut machine. Again, I will do my best not to shake my camera. So then we can just pop these out. And then while I'm die cutting, I'm gonna also just do my trees. I'm gonna use some of this plaid paper, and as you can see, I've already die cut one of my trees out from an earlier project. And I'm gonna run this through a few times to get, I'm gonna do 4 trees, and it doesn't really matter. We just want this nice pretty green plaid kind of gingham background. So do it however it will fit onto your piece of paper. So I'm gonna run this through, and I'm gonna do it off to the side so I don't shake my card. Yeah, you know what? It's fine. You guys are okay with the shaky desk, right? I'm gonna do my best, and we're just gonna run this through. I'm trying really hard not to shake the desk. And we have 1 tree, and then I'm gonna flip my die upside down so it fits in between. Let's run it the other way. Okay, number 2. Three, and our last one. Okay, now the die cutting is done. No, hopefully no more shaky desk. So let me go ahead and move this off. Okay, so all of our elements are now ready for the card. So let's start gluing and assembling our card together. So let me pop these out of the dies. And I'm gonna grab my chair because now I'm doing things that require sitting. So these are all of our pieces. And I'm gonna be using my tape runner, my Artiste glue, and I also have foam adhesives. I'm using the larger squares and the strips, but I already have some open, so I'm just gonna grab those. Oh, you know what? I don't think I have any more of the squares, so let's go ahead. I like to just cut it open on the top, and that way I could just keep it in this nice little plastic covering, which you can use later for a shaker card. Throwback to my SBC Fest original from the first one. Okay, I have everything, so let's get to assembling. I'm gonna start with the card base, and we're gonna add our frame first. So let's get out our tape runner, make sure it says top on top, and we're just gonna, oops, get it started here. And go along all 4 sides. Right, and we're gonna attach it to the card base. I like to start from the fold because if for some reason my card is like too long, I can always trim it off. Same with on the sides, if it's too wide, I can trim it off. So I'm gonna start from the top part of my fold and the right side of my card and just lay it down gently. Looks like it's a little long on this, or a little wide. I didn't get it perfectly lined up, but that's okay. Like I said, I can grab some scissors and trim that off at the end, but we're just gonna go for it for now. Next, I'm going to layer on our pattern background we made with our stencil. I'm going to put glue all along the back and it will fit nicely and cover our little white opening on our background. So again, all 4 sides. I'm going to add a little along the back, sticky, and we're going to center this to our frame as best as we can, and there we go. Now I'm going to add in my trees. I'm going to use my fingers and just kind of curve and bend the paper a bit so my trees look a little 3D off the card. They kind of stick up on the edges a little, so I'm going to do that to all 4 of them. I think only 2 of them we're going to really end up needing it based on the layout I'm thinking in my head, but we're just going to do them all. Okay, so I'm going to put these 2 trees kind of the same on both sides, and then I'm going to put 1 tree a little more to the left, a little higher, and 1 tree to the right, a little lower. So it kind of looks like a nice little forest of trees. So starting with the back one, it looks like it lines up almost to where my grounding is, and I'm just gonna add my glue towards the center of my tree. It doesn't have to be completely filled in because I want the edges of my tree to pop up. So I'm just gonna put it like that. It doesn't have to be perfect. A lot of this tree is gonna be covered anyway, but we know it's there and it fills in some of our background behind our snow globe. So now let's do the tree to the left. Same thing, adding glue. And we'll put it, I want it to come out of the scene a little bit. So I'm just gonna have it just overlap a little to the left. And same with the tree on the right. Kind of make it parallel to the other tree. And then our final tree. We'll put that right here. Okay, so while that is drying, I'm going to put my little tip back in so my glue doesn't dry up. And I'm also done with my tape runner. Let's bring out the foam adhesive. So I want my snow globe to be a little more towards the top and my sentiment to be towards the bottom. So for my snow globe, I'm going to add my foam squares behind it. So I'm just going to peel a few off here. And I'm going to just go around my circle, make sure there's some good stability. I love these foam squares, and I love that it's the whole sheet, so it doesn't feel like you're wasting any of the foam adhesive, but not that I ever waste it. I just, you can see here, I trim it down and use this extra parts as well. So nothing goes to waste here in this craft room. And let's put a couple more here on the base. And I think that will definitely be stable. And then for the happy holidays, I'm going to use a strip for this, so that way it goes nicely right down the center. Where are my scissors? Just grab these ones and I'm going to trim it. And I'm going to add another layer here because it will fit very easily. And let's do another one right here. So just making sure my sentiment is nice and stable when I glue it down. Again, this is very thick cardstock, so it's not, you know, going to be flapping on the card. So now let's peel off our release paper. Let's start with the sentiment first. So I'm going to have my snow globe right about here. So let's put our sentiment below that. Peel off the release paper. And I'm going to center it to the bottom of my card, overlapping the trees a bit. I think right there is good. Nope. Try again. This is like the hardest part for me, is centering and making it straight. That looks pretty good. And then we'll peel off the release paper from the snow globe. And we'll layer that just above the sentiment centered to the sides of the card. I think that looks pretty good. So now our final details are our pops of color. I'm gonna add this pearl satin just in the open areas of my background, so it kind of looks like what would have been the dots we added with the stencil, or that we didn't add with the stencil, just around like that. And then I'm gonna tap the inside of my card because they have like a Hershey Kiss look to them. And if we just tap on the inside, it domes them out to look more like an enamel dot. And then for this one, I thought it'd be fun to just kind of add like little holly berries. So I'm gonna do a little set of 3. And then I'm going to add them to our other greenery branches here. Just adding in some red so we have some pops of that red around the card. So it, you know, matches with our sentiment and the roofs of our house. And again, I'm going to tap the inside, dome those out, and that will finish off my card. So here is a close-up of our snow globe card. We used our layering stamps to create our scene in our snow globe. We did our own pattern paper by using a stencil and different colored inks. And I hope you really like how this card turned out. Thank you so much for joining me in my craft room today. I hope you had a lot of fun crafting with me and that you feel inspired to get those Christmas products out, especially the wonderful stamp sets and pattern paper and stencils from Scrapbook.com. So thank you again for joining me in my craft room, and I hope you have an amazing rest of the SBC Fest.
Okay, we are back for another giveaway. Check out what this giveaway is. What are they getting here? This is so much goodness.
There's a ton of stuff. Of course, more crafty pouches because you can never have too many of those.
Love that. Look at these from Creative Expressions. Fabulous stamps. Look at that pattern background. I love it so much. Okay, those.
Yes.
Plus our 6x8 holographic paper.
And then a white project grip mat. This one is extra large, so it's huge.
And then an adhesive roller, some SBC dies. We've got some alpha dies with numbers, which is great. You're getting a ton in this. Small N, uppercase, plus numbers, plus the cute bear. Oh, this is part of SBC Fest. You're getting these two that are part of SBC Fest free, okay?
And then a magic mat and a clearly amazing mat, along with some mint tape.
And some rub-ons. These are fabulous rub-ons, very fallish.
And then, of course, a notebook, a Scrapbook.com notebook.
I love that so much. It's a beautiful chic It's white with the silver on it. It's so pretty.
Yeah.
Okay, all of this, so we put it all right here and show them one last time. All of this is going to be one lucky winner. So what do they need to do to win this giveaway?
Let us know in the comments what you learned from Vicki or Lauren's class.
Yeah, that'll be fun. All right, and we'll choose a winner. And also, don't forget, I know I keep saying it, but don't forget your freebie die. Free freebie wreath die. This is a fabulous thing. Add this to your cart. Make sure you're getting it. All right, we'll be right back to talk about Vicki and Lauren's class. See you all in a minute. Okay, wow. Again, phenomenal classes from Vicki and Lauren. Where do we even start?
Well, I mean, let's just start with Vicki since hers was first.
Okay, love Vicki. We have known Vicki for a long time and we absolutely love her here at Scrapbook.com. Love her personality, love her classes, love her education, and just love her style. So she did mixed media on a layout, plus she even gave us a bonus card at the end and some fun stuff. So what did you think?
I love that she took something that, you know, maybe someone would see as trash, like the bubble wrap.
Yes, the bubble wrap.
And then use that to add texture and dimension to her layout.
Yeah, that was really cool. I love that she thinks outside the box and she used bubble wrap to kind of lay on there. And the packaging, how she swished, that's kind of what I did. So I made a card from her class right here. I used the back of my packaging, put it in, swooshed it in her smooshed ink with water, and then did it on the back, and then used the fabulous butterflies as my background here. Just made it quick. This is my first take at it. Loved it. Love the effect that it gave. So thank you for that tip, Vicki. It was fabulous.
Yeah, and I love that she used the anti-static tool on her thickers because she has commitment issues and didn't want to like tack anything down, which I totally get.
I love that. I love that. She collages like a pro too.
Oh yeah.
I mean, she was able to put that all together. Like it took her no time at all. I'd be sitting there for hours trying to figure it out. So I really love that she just has that talent and shares that with us because she's a pro.
Definitely.
Yeah. All right. What else? Oh, I love that she added twine to her butterflies at the end. That was just an afterthought, and I love that she shared that with us. So thank you, Vicki. We absolutely love your talent.
Totally.
All right, let's talk about Lauren.
Yes. So I love that Lauren did not waste any of her paper when she was working on her card.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Yeah, I love that she layered the cottage stencil and she did blue on blue. Like I probably wouldn't have had that first thought, but then after seeing her do it, I was like, ooh, that looks really cool. I love how she did that.
Yeah, totally.
And then she used the Lost Shadow color for her snowflakes, which gave her, who would have thought to use gray for snowflakes? That was pretty cool.
Yeah, and I just love that she made her own patterned paper.
Yeah, that was really cool. I did a quick take as well, just did a background here with some trees. I created snow with some paper, just cut it like that, and then did my own little snow globe there, but just did a quick fun take with pops of color. I love how she used pops of color too for the snowflakes. such a great collection. I love what she did with that. And that the die cuts out the stamp, which is great.
That's always
so great. And then I love that she used the pops of color to bring in the red from her snow globe and her other little accents too. So really fun.
Such a great technique.
Yeah. Okay, we are off to watch the next set of classes, which is
Tiffany Solorio, and then we're going to Brianna Lepper's house.
So excited. All right, we'll see you all over there.
Hello creative friends, my name is Tiffany Solorio. I started paper crafting about 15-ish years ago. I was completely hooked that moment the stamp hit the paper. I've been obsessed with learning new techniques ever since. And I'm so excited to be teaching some distress spray techniques with you today. I'm going to be creating some tags, but if tags aren't your thing, you can definitely make some cards. During my class, I'll be in the chat, so be sure to ask me any questions you may have. If you're catching the replay and you have questions, be sure to find me on social media. I would love to connect with you over on my YouTube channel and Instagram. All right, I hope you're ready to get your hands inky. Let's get into it. For this class, you're going to need some distress tags from Ranger, or if you're going to be making some cards, you can use some distress heavy stock or mixed media paper. You're also going to need a variety of distress spray stains. I'm going to be using Uncharted Mariner, Crackling Campfire, Antique Linen, Rusty Hinge, Speckled Egg, and Ground Espresso. I'm going to be using several different stamp sets from Stampers Anonymous. If you happen to have all of these stamp sets, great. If not, I highly recommend that you shop your own stash so that you can get the most out of what you already have on hand. So I will be using Moth Study, Noteworthy for my sentiment, Ledger Script, Floral Outlines, Faded Type, The Professor 2, and some various stamps from Eccentric. You're also going to need some archival ink, a dome blending tool from Scrapbook.com, a finger dauber, distress microglaze, double-sided adhesive from Scrapbook.com, a distress sprayer or some sort of water bottle that you can mist the paper with, some small scissors to do some fussy cutting with. I like these from Scrapbook.com. You're also going to need some foam adhesive. I like these strips from Scrapbook.com. You're also going to need a MISTI or some other sort of stamp positioner. And with my MISTI, I actually like to use this Stampendable tool so that I can get a good impression. You're also going to need some Versamark ink and some super fine white embossing powder from Ranger. Last but definitely not least, you're going to need some Dina Wakley gloss spray in white. This is so you can finish the project with some white splatters. To start off, I'm going to grab a distress tag from Tim Holtz, and I have this bin right next to me in one of my drawers. I do this thing called a craft room reset, where each month I will go ahead and cut out all of my card bases, restock my tags and my alcohol ink cardstock and anything that I use throughout the month. That way it's right next to me whenever I need it. So that was a little side note. I am going to be using this tag. I like to make tags. You can do these techniques on a card base with some heavy stock or mixed media paper. You can even do this with watercolor paper, although it will be a little bit difficult to stamp on the watercolor paper, but you can if you choose to do that as well. So you don't necessarily have to have a distress tag. You just need some sort of cardstock that's going to be able to handle all of the sprays that we're going to be using. All right, to start off, I'm going to add some water. This is a distress sprayer. I really like this because it kind of mists out the water, and then you can add droplets as well if you want to. So this sprayer is really great, but use whatever you have on hand. I like to start off with a base color of Antique Linen. It's a light, kind of tannish color, just to kind of get some of that color onto my tag. And then I'm going to go in with some Speckled Egg. And I want to get quite a bit of this Speckled Egg. This color is amazing. And I'm going to try and keep the blues kind of in the center because what I want to do is darken up the edges once we get to that point. But I'm going to try and just kind of, and I'm lightly spraying. If I need to, I can go back in with a little bit of water, and then I'll go in with my finger just to kind of move things around a bit. And you can also
move it like this, tip it side to side and back and forth. I'm going to take a baby wipe and just kind of wipe up some of this little areas where it's kind of getting green. I don't want it to be green. We're just going to kind of let the sprays do its thing, the color, let it sit there just for a second, and then we'll go in and dry it. So I'm going to actually set this aside just for a second because I want to show you an alternative if you're scared to actually spray on cardstock, which is a real thing. I can totally relate to that at sometimes, because the idea of spraying on the cardstock and then maybe overspraying, adding too much ink onto your project is a little bit intimidating. So you can also do this. So if you have a non-porous surface, add a little bit of water to it, and then you're going to add whatever colors you're going to use. So in this case, a lot of antique linen, and then some of the speckled egg here. And you're going to want to put a lot, because when you're going to smush the tag into the color, it's going to be less concentrated. So we're going to just flip it over, because we spritz it with a little bit of water. The color is going to be able to move around a little bit better. So we're just going to do a happy finger dance on top, and then we're just going to lift up. See, what I meant is you get a lighter color, but it definitely still works. And you can go back in and pick up some of that color. And this kind of gives you like that base layer, just so that you can kind of get over that fear of adding color to whatever surface you're working on. And I'm getting a little bit too much green here, so I'm going to wipe this up. I'm going to go in with more speckled egg and then just kind of put that there. Let that soak into that tag a little bit, and then lift up. And then you can kind of, again, get that base layer down. So if this is you, if you're intimidated with spraying onto your cardstock or your tag, then definitely give this a try, because it really helps, I promise you. You do get a different look than if you were to spray directly onto your tag, but you can definitely build up. So also another way is you can take the nozzle out and then just kind of flick it onto your tag here, just like this. And then that way you can control it a little bit more, or you can use a paintbrush. There's so many different ways to do this, and I really want to help you feel comfortable doing this. So I actually really like that. So I'm going to add that to this, the splatters to this tag as well. All right, we're making 2 tags, I guess, today. All right, we're going to add some speckled egg splatters as well, just to kind of even things out, especially on this tag, because I want the color to be a little bit more concentrated. And then this one. All right, we're gonna kind of clean up as we go a little bit. I'm not too particular about the mess. So I like to use the Heated Craft Tool from Ranger. It gives a larger range of air, so you can dry a little bit faster. So I'm going to do that. And I'm not going to dry it 100% because I want some of the other colors to mix in with the speckled egg and the antique linen, but just a little bit. These are water reactive, so no matter how much you dry, you are going to get that color to react a little bit, but you kind of limit that when you dry it in place. Okay, so I am wanting to add some rusty hinge and maybe even a little bit of crackling campfire, depending on the way this goes, because I can kind of guide you through how to get the composition of color that I'm getting, but it really all depends on kind of what your inks want to do, really, because they have a mind of their own. So I'm going to add it to the areas where there is still wet ink or wet color. And I'm mainly doing the outside, more the outside, because I want this area to stay a little bit lighter because we're going to be doing some stamping. and embossing with white embossing powder. And then this one too. Maybe a little bit here. And I'm just taking the nozzle out and just kind of adding it that way. I'm not spraying this on at all. All right, I think that's good. And now we're going to take our water and then spritz this a little bit to get that moving around. And then I'm going to use my finger. You'll notice that I do use my finger quite a lot because it's just the greatest tool we have. If you do not want to get your fingers dirty, you can use a paintbrush, but inky fingers are happy fingers. All right, so I think I want to add a little bit of crackling campfire just to brighten up that orange a little bit, just a little bit there. All right, and then we're gonna go in with our finger, tap, tap, tap. All right, just like this. I can add a little bit of water to this because I want that to kind of wick out a little bit, and same right there. We're going to dry this in place. Actually gonna pick up some of that color right here. I don't want to dry this completely again because I want to add a darker color like ground espresso to darken up the edges, but I want it to not be so watered down. So I'm just going to dry this just a little bit. All right, I did decide that I'm going to add a little bit of Uncharted Mariner. This is a really dark blue, but it's very pretty, and I don't want too much of it, just in some little areas. And then maybe just some splatters like that. All right. Again, we're gonna add some water. These techniques take some patience. And I hear a lot of times when people watch my videos that they notice that they themselves stop before they should, like adding the water splotches and adding color and things like that. So just keep at it until you kind of have the look that you want, because everybody is different. So I have a little baby wipe off to the side so that I can kind of wipe off my fingers. And I want this to kind of, there we go. Same with this one. There we go. I want to make sure that the edges are, that the edges have color on them. I'm gonna go in. I love that blue there. And then what I like to do too is I like to take the nozzle out of the sprayer and then just sprinkle on the water, because then it kind of gets in some areas and then kind of helps that wick out a little bit, and then in some other areas it just kind of stays. So I'm going to dry this just a little bit, and in some areas I'm going to pick up that color a little bit. It's getting a little bit muddy. I'll tilt this a little bit. I want to add a little bit of water to right there just to help that move around a little bit. And then same thing here. Oh, I'm loving this. I'm going to add a little bit more speckled egg, and I'm actually going to splatter it on. And then in like an area like this where there isn't much color, I'm going to go in with the antique linen and then just spray it on, because this color is so light that it just will kind of mix in with whatever color is around it. And that really helps kind of give a lot of different, a lot of depth to the tag and the project. So we're looking good. I promise you it'll all come together. And I'm just gonna add a little bit of water there. Gonna pick up this muddy area here. A little bit there. Okay, so while this is still pretty wet, I'm going to add the ground espresso, and we do this while it's wet so that it can mix in with the colors around it, because this is very dark. So I don't want to add it to too many places, just a few. And I'm kind of going in where the color is still wet, and then in a couple areas where it's dry, just to kind of get a variation. And then I'm gonna go in with the spray bottle again. Something's wonky with this thing. There we go. And then I'm just gonna spray a little bit of water and then kind of move that brown out with my finger. And you can kind of decide if you want to pick up some of it, add more. This is your tag, your project, so whatever you like. And I'm actually going to add a little bit more rusty hinge where that brown meets the other colors on the tag. Just like this, and then I kind of want to add a little bit more here. Again, this type of project takes quite a bit of patience, but it definitely is worth it in the end, I promise. All right, just gonna tap, tap, tap. I'm gonna take this one and kind of move it around, because this one is really has a lot of water on it as well, so I'm gonna take this and kind of swoosh it around. Just pick up some of that color. There we go. Now I'm going to dry this in place. And then this way we can kind of see exactly what we're working with, because it's hard to tell in some areas, because it will lighten up. And then you might want to put a little more brown or more rusty hinge, more blue, depending on what look you're going for. But I am trying to keep a lot of the blues in the center and then the browns on the outside. It doesn't have to be perfect. As you can see, I have some brown here and some brown here. But just keeping that in mind, I don't want a concentrated ground espresso in the center of my tag. Now we're going to take some speckled egg and we're going to splatter again, because I feel actually I'm gonna spray. We're gonna do some spraying here. Up there. There we go. And then add a little bit of the blue. And then if I want to darken up, like down here, I want to darken up this blue. I'm gonna add a little bit of water and then add the blue that way. And then up here in this corner, I want more of that dark blue, the Uncharted Mariner. And same in this corner. Maybe a little blue there. Tags are looking amazing. Just gonna move it around. I'm not gonna add any water because I want that concentrated color. Here we go. And then here, going to tap, tap, tap. I hope you all are having fun doing these tags, or if you're making a card. I would love to know if you've used distress sprays, if you like them, if you don't like the mess. I'd love to know. I absolutely love them. So many different things you can do with them. All right, I think I might darken up this little area down here with the ground espresso, and then up top here, and then just a little bit there. And instead of water, I'm going to use the antique linen to get that color moving around a little bit. There we go. And let's see. I'm gonna take the rusty hinge and just kind of splatter it on. And same with the Uncharted Mariner. This is just going to give the tag a little bit of depth and more texture. All right, now we're going to dry this all in place. All right, I'm gonna pick up some of this green there. And then I'm going to just kind of play around with the colors that are on here. I want this to kind of wick out a little bit. I'm gonna add a little bit of water there. And then just kind of let it do its thing. Same thing here. This does take some time, but if you've bought sprays and haven't used them, I highly recommend taking them out and just playing. You don't even really have to do anything, create a project or anything. Just kind of get them out and see how they work. Just spray it on some watercolor paper or mixed media paper, because you can watch videos all day long, but until you actually start doing, then that's when you're really going to learn, and that's when you're going to see if you actually like the product. Because there's techniques and mediums that I've thought, oh, that would be amazing to try, get all this stuff, and it's not for me. But it wasn't until I actually did it that I realized that. So I know this is kind of crazy, but we're going to add more water. Now we're going to start building up all of that depth and texture. So we're going to take some water in our hand, and I just kind of like to pull it up and then just let it kind of drip off. And then once it's pretty much done, I like to just flick off whatever is on my fingers. And we'll do the same thing here. And then especially like the darker colors, I really like to break those up. And something really magical about distress sprays. So cool. All right, now we're going to dry again. Dry that in place, and you could see that yummy texture, the wicking out. It's just, oh, I love it. I know this is a lot of drying and adding, but this is so fun. I could do this all day. All right, I'm gonna pick up some of that excess water there. And drying some of it in place and then picking up some of that water is going to give you a different look. So when you dry it in place versus picking it up, it's going to add more depth and texture. All right, this one needs a little bit of drying. And again, you want to pick it up because you can do the back side and then it'll help dry it a little bit faster. When it's laying on a non-porous surface, it just takes a little bit longer to dry, just like that. All right, definitely lots of drying here. All right, I'm going to add more water. I know, we're gonna get to the fun part soon, but this actually, it's so mesmerizing to watch. All right, didn't add as much this time, so we're gonna dry again. And actually this time I might add a little bit more rusty hinge right here. It kind of got lost in the, what's that color? Ground espresso. So we're just gonna add that there, and then maybe a little bit up top here. Maybe a little bit more up here too. Why not? It just helps brighten it up because the blue is so deep and then the brown is so dark that I kind of want to brighten it up a little bit. All right, I'm going to take this out and then just kind of splatter it kind of where I added the color, just like this. All right, now we can dry. That looks better. And again, this is all really up to you. You can add as many or as little colors as you want. If this is not your color scheme, use colors that you like. This is your project. I'm gonna pick it up and then show you. Look at all of that yumminess on there. So, so good. This one actually turned out better than the other one. So maybe smushing is the way to go. All right, I'm loving the orange. I would love to know what your favorite color combinations are. And people always ask me too, what color should I start out with? I want to give you a little tip on choosing colors because I get asked all the time, what color should I start out with? That is a preference for you. I would look at what your projects are, say for ink blending, or if you like doing alcohol inks or whatever your choice of medium is, and you gravitate towards certain colors. Do that with everything. I do that with everything. So that kind of gives you a kind of starting point, hopefully, to help you out. All right, I'm going to clean up my little area here, put these aside. And if you have a non-porous surface, you can just wipe up the distress sprays with a baby wipe, paper towel, cloth, whatever you choose to use in your crafty space. I'm gonna dispose of this one. This one is definitely too inky. All right, and see my fingers? Happy fingers. All right, I'm going to bring the tags back in, and we're going to start by adding some stamping to the tags. All right, so I like to stamp in ground espresso archival ink. This way it doesn't go anywhere when, or if I want to add any more colors or anything. I might add some more to this one. This one's looking a little sad to me, but we'll see once I start adding the stamping. So I'm going to go in with a variety of different stamps. I like Tim Holtz Stampers Anonymous stamps. That's just kind of my style. They're grungy, they're full of different elements. Like I love the script ones, and then also this one as well. This one's one of my favorite ones because it has so many different things that you can add to your projects. All right, I'm just going to grab some of my favorites from each set, and then that way I'm not continuing to open packages and stuff. All right, I grabbed some of my favorites from each set, and what I like to do first is start off with the bigger stamps like this one, and I'm not going to stamp it completely on top. You'll see what I'm talking about. So I'm actually going to flip this. All right, so I'm going to add the ink to my stamp. This is again archival ink, and then I'm going to stamp it off, and we're just going to kind of do a little happy finger dance here to get some areas a little bit lighter than others. This is going to give a lot of variation on your projects. So what I like to do is I like to put, if I'm working on two backgrounds or two tags at once, I like to put them together, and then I'm going to kind of stamp them just like this, and then just kind of happy dance, and then press in some areas, and then just like that. So you're going to get the stamping in some areas and not all, like the whole stamp image, if that makes sense. So you kind of get it a little bit more grungy that way. All right, then we're gonna go in with this one here. Same thing. And I'm just going to just kind of stamp it around. And I'm not doing a complete stamp. So I'm kind of stamping off and then adding maybe a corner. And because we're stamping off, this is going to give a lot of variation in the stamping. I'm gonna go here, there we go. And we're gonna do this tag as well. Go. Sometimes it's hard to decide, but there we go. Looking good. All right. Now we're going to go in with some of these smaller numbers, and I like these to be a little darker, so I'm not going to stamp off. That's probably good. 3, And I don't do too much of one stamp. I like to do maybe 3, maybe 4 of the same stamp on a particular background. There we go. All right, now I like, I forgot this 5. This one is one of my favorites. I love this one, and I'm going to put this where I can see it. So on this one, I'm going to put it right there and just kind of stamp off in the center, and then we're gonna put that down right there. And then on this side, just like that. Now it looks kind of crazy, lots going on here, but doesn't that look amazing so far? Love this. Okay. Now I really like this one, but I don't think that, maybe these smaller numbers up here, I'm going to add just right there. And then I'm going to add them down here, just like that. Okay, next we're going to add this circle. I don't think I'm going to use all of these actually. It's kind of getting crowded on there. All right. But that's okay. I like to take out more supplies than I'm actually going to use, because getting up and having to get more when I'm in the middle of a project, or if I'm like, oh, I wish I had that one, it irritates me for some reason. I don't know why. It's something so silly, but it does. All right, this one I'm going to actually add up top as well. Just like that. Because I like to be in the zone. When I'm in the zone, I like to keep in the zone. If I have to get up from my space of work, then it just throws me all the way off. So, all right, I'm going to add some of this scripty stamp here. And this is going to tie everything together. So these larger areas, I'm just going to kind of just, I don't know what that would be called, rolling it. Just overlapping the stamped area and then kind of coming down just to, that was a little bit too much on that one. All right, make sure I get a little bit, there we go. I did way too much on that, but that's okay. I'm actually going to add a little bit right here as well. All right, moving on to this one. Whoop. Got sound effects going on. Zoop. I don't know. All right. Sometimes I feel when I do things like this, classes like this, where I'm having to talk as I'm creating, it definitely makes me feel like a crazy person because I'm talking to myself. All right, we're going to add a little bit down here. And I think we're good to go. There we go. Oh my gosh, these make my heart so happy. Look at how yummy these look. I know it's a weird word to use for crafting, but it's the only word I can think of. Definitely makes me happy. All right, I do think I'm going to add more Rusty Hinge and Crackling Campfire to brighten these up. I'm going to give my tags a little spritz. And then I'm just going to actually kind of splatter it on, just so it kind of goes where it wants. And same thing with this one. All right, I'm going to spritz it so that it gets moving around so it doesn't just splotch up. There we go. And then I'm going to go in with some Crackling Campfire as well. Ooh, that was a lot. All right, that's okay. Probably needed it. All right. And get some water, get that moving around, and we're going to dry. It's definitely a little bit better. And you want to make sure that your tags are completely dry because we're going to be adding some distressed microglaze and then, or I'm sorry, we're going to be stamping with some Versamark ink, and if there's any wet areas, no matter how much anti-static powder you get on there, it's still going to stick. So you want to make sure that the spray is completely dry. Now that our stamping is done, I'm going to be taking a stencil. This one is the Deco Arch from Tim Holtz. Sort of like I did the stamping, I'm going to do the same thing with the stencil, and I'm actually going to do it on this, like this, I think, and then do just a little bit. And I like to use the archival ink in ground espresso. And I really like these finger daubers. This, I probably should replace this one. I've used this one quite a lot. But I like to get quite a bit of ink, and then I just like to dab some of it off because I don't want this to be too dark. And then we're just going to just very lightly, see if I can get it on this angle, very lightly over top. Just so that it's kind of there. Just adds a little more something to it. I don't know if you could see that. And then we're going to do a little bit on this side. Just up a little bit, whoops, on the side here. And then, try to think, a little bit here. Perfect. All right, and I'm actually going to take the finger dauber and ink the edge before we move on to the next step. So I'm just using the same archival ink in ground espresso, just to finish off that edge. Nothing too crazy. All right, I'm gonna finish up this last side. There we go. I'm loving how these are turning out. Now that our tags are complete, the background's done, I'm going to be doing some stamping with Versamark ink and then adding some super fine white embossing powder over top. And this is going to start building up our focal point. So this is kind of in the background, but because it's white, it's going to stand out a little bit more, especially on this grungy background. It's going to look amazing. So I like to use these floral outlines. And I'm going to be using this one because I really like the leaves that go up and down. It's perfect for this tag. I'm just going to add some anti-static powder onto my tag. And I really want to make sure that I get a lot of it on here because I don't want any of the embossing powder to get anywhere I don't want it to. So going to bring in my MISTI. I'm going to take out the foam because we're using a foam rubber stamp. I'm going to place my tag in my MISTI, and then I'm going to place my flowers. I think I like it like this, where more of the foliage is going down, and place it just like that. And I'm going to close the MISTI. And I like to have this Stampendable tool because I like to get a good impression and make sure that my stamp is on there good. All right, I have some Versamark ink here, and I'm just going to ink up my stamp. This is very sticky, so I need to make sure that I'm not pulling up that stamp. All right, I'm going to close the MISTI, and then I really like to use this Stampendable tool so that I get a good impression. I always stamp twice when I'm using embossing powder, just to make sure that I get a good impression, especially with these really fine lined stamps. All right, one more time. And this Versamark ink is sticky, so you could probably see it, maybe a little bit of that shine. So the embossing powder is going to stick to the ink. All right, so I have a piece of scrap paper or printer paper, and I'm going to add the white embossing powder all over top. So you can see areas that it was not dry, the ink was not dry. So I'm just going to take a paintbrush and just swipe some of it away. I'm not too worried. We are going to be adding some white splatters, so it'll kind of all work together, but these bigger chunks I want to get away. All right, we're going to do the same thing with this tag. I'm going to put it to the edge there. We're going to ink up this stamp again. I'm going to use the same one. You can use a different one if you prefer. And I did use some anti-static powder on this tag as well. And we're just going to stamp this down, and using my Stampendable tool, make sure I get a good impression. And one more time for good measure. There we go. All right, we're gonna bring in that paper with the embossing powder still on it. And just use the residual. There we go. And I still got some, I even dried this more, but that archival ink does not want to dry. So we're just going to brush it off, no big deal. That's the beauty of mixed media, is that if something goes wrong like this, in the end, you really can't tell. So I'm going to melt the embossing powder, and you need a heat embossing tool for this. This is going to get a lot hotter than the Heat It tool that I used earlier from Ranger. You can see that embossing powder just melts. I absolutely love the white on this grungy background. And I did speed this up just a little bit because I feel like we've done a lot of drying in this class, so I didn't want to bore you too much. But you definitely want to make sure that your embossing powder is completely melted on your projects. And now we're going to add the Distress Micro Glaze. This is going to seal the sprays in place as well as make everything pop. I call this stuff magic in a bottle, and to me it's just that. You just take a little bit on a dome blending tool. I actually like to use this, but you can use your finger if you don't want to use a blending tool. But you just take a little bit on your tool, and then you just put a little layer on top. And again, it seals everything in place, and it just brightens everything up. I'll show you. And a little bit goes a long way. So let me show you. So you can probably see how this one has the Distress Micro Glaze on it, and the depth in this one surpasses this one, even though this one's brighter, but you could still see the difference here. All right, we're going to add the micro glaze to this one. So what I like to do is, mine's running a little bit low, but you just kind of dab the tool inside of the bottle, and then I like to just scrape it off just a little bit. Okay, and then we're just going to go in and add the micro glaze. All right, so we are going to be adding some splatters with Dina Wakley's Gloss Spray in white. I've already done some, but I want to add some, just a few, to the butterflies that I created in my homework video over on my YouTube channel. and I'll talk more about that in just a second. But you're just going to take the nozzle out. You want to make sure that you shake it up, take the nozzle out, and then just kind of splatter it onto the tags. All right, you can add as much or as little as you want. I like to add little tiny splatters to the butterflies so they're not too overpowering. And then you can always dip back in, get some more, just like that. All right, and then you're going to take your heat tool and you're just going to dry these in place, not too much, but just enough to where they're not going to go anywhere. You don't want to heat the tags up and the butterflies up too much because the microglaze is going to turn glossy, and I like the microglaze because it's matte, so you don't want to heat it up too much, just a little bit. All right, so we're going to take the butterflies and the stamped sentiments that I made over in the homework video over on my YouTube channel. If you need to refer back to that, it will be linked maybe somewhere, or if not, then you can always just type my name in YouTube and you can head over to my YouTube channel. But I created these ahead of time so they are ready for the class. And I'm going to pop up these sentiments with some double-sided foam adhesive from Scrapbook.com. And we're just going to place it right on the back here. Same thing with this other one. I haven't taken the backs off yet, but I just want to get a little idea. And for the butterflies, I'm going to be using some double-sided adhesive. I believe this is 1/8 of an inch. And we're just going to rip it apart to the length that we need. I really like Scrapbook.com's double-sided adhesive. It's really sticky, and it can easily be torn versus having to fuss around with scissors. So I don't like to fuss around with scissors. I just like to kind of keep in the groove of things. If I have to find my scissors on this mess of a desk to cut the adhesive, then I don't know why, it just annoys me. All right, we're gonna add the adhesive to this last butterfly, and then we can start assembling our tags. So I'm gonna start with the sentiments. I'm going to take the backing off, and then I'm going to place them fairly in the center-ish. I'm an ish kind of person if you haven't figured that out yet. Nothing has to be perfect. I think that if we try and get everything too perfect, then we're stressing too much, and then it takes the fun out of actually creating. All right, so this one is a bigger one, so we're gonna put that one on the bottom there, and then we'll take this one, place it on the bottom there, and then this one up top, and then this other little one right there. Aren't these tags just beautiful? And if you're wondering, what do you do with tags? You can add obviously some paper on the back maybe, but I like to just use this kind of like I would a card. Just write a note on the back, or you can always put this on a card front and then create a card that way. Or I like to use them around my room to add a little bit of pops of color, but it is your project, your tag, so you do what you want with them.
I had so much fun creating these tags using distress sprays today. I hope I inspired you to get out some of your supplies and create something. If you do create something inspired by my class today, be sure to tag me on social media. I absolutely love seeing everybody's amazing work. I want to thank you all for taking time out of your day to watch my class at SBC Fest today. I hope everybody has a great rest of your day, and I'll catch you all later. Bye!
Hey everyone, it's Brianna Lepper and I'm super excited to be a part of SBC Fest Fall 2023. I have a really fun class coming up for y'all today, and before we dive right in, I wanted to just give you a little bit of info about myself. I've been scrapbooking for about 18 years now. I've always had a love for paper crafting. Ever since I was younger, I collected stickers and sticker books. I used to create collages like with posters and cut up magazines. I would hang photos all over my wall. I was just all about creating memories and documenting them and working with paper and stickers. So it's always been just a love of mine. I have 3 children. I have a son who's about to be 18 and he starts college here in a couple months. And then I have a middle son. He is about to, he just got his permit and he'll be turning 16 in the fall, which is crazy. And then we restarted everything and I just had a baby back in April and her name is Annabelle. We call her Annie, and she completed our family. And so our family, and I did not want an empty nest. So with that being said, let's go ahead and start our class. Just a little bit of info. We are going to do or learn about several techniques that I hold dear to my heart. I love to work with mixed media, but I promise it's not going to be anything too crazy, just simple ink blending. And then we're also going to create a sequined shaker using a die set. So I hope you have fun. I hope you enjoy my class. I look forward to chatting with you in the comments, and I'll see you there. Okay, let's go ahead and begin. I'm just going to quickly go through all of the supplies that we're going to use. Now, I might not use some of the dies that I pulled out. It just depends. I just thought I'd pull them out just in case I wanted to, or if I had time to include them. But like I said before in my intro, we are going to be making a 12 by 12 layout using a few of my favorite techniques. We're going to be doing a little bit of mixed media, and we are going to do a shaker with some dies. So let's go ahead and quickly go through everything that we're using. I pulled out my Scrapbook.com ink blenders, these daubers. So I will be doing some ink blending with these. So let's put those off to the side. I do have an acrylic block because I did pull out this very sweet stamp set, so we might do some stamping. Well, not we might, we are going to be doing some stamping along with our ink blending. So that is a fun technique that I like to do as well. So I'm going to put this to the side. Since I did show you the stamps, I did pull out a few Distress Oxide inks. Sorry, my desk is a mess, but I wanted you guys to see everything. So I pulled out Festive Berries, Squeezed Lemonade, Salvage Patina, Twisted Citron, and Kitsch Flamingo. Now I will pull those out when I'm ready to do that part. This is just to give you a brief overview. So don't worry if you didn't get a chance to look at those right now. I will lay them out so you can see them here in just a minute, or when I get started. Paper, I do have the Mixed Metals glitter paper. I love this paper. It's so fun. The glitter does not come off on your hands, which is super important to me. So I have this. I have the Sherbet, I don't know, I always say sherbet, but I know that's incorrect. So I have this cardstock. This one is in the 6x8, and this one is the 4 1/4 by 5.5. So I have that. I did pull out the rainbow sticker book. I love to include little phrase stickers on my layout, so I pulled that because there are a few pink items that I might want to use. I did pull out some pops of color. I did pull out the glitter gold. This one is sky blue, and then this one is raspberry. So I have those if I wanted. I'd usually like to finish off my layout with these. So I'm going to put those to the side. Let's see. So adhesives. Since I'm making a shaker, I love these skinny foam strips. These are my ultimate favorite. They are perfect for shakers. So I pulled these out. I pulled out some double-sided adhesive roll. This is 1/8. And then I do have some 7mm foam tape. If you know me, I like to pop up everything up on foam. So I have that. Okay, so I have the new Artiste Craft Glue, which is so exciting. I can't wait to create with this. And I changed it to the, I think it's the Precision Tip, or is it the Super or Ultimate Fine? I can't remember, but I know it's, I changed out the tip. So I can, this will come in handy when you see when I do my shaker. So I have that. I have my Nouveau Craft Spoon to scoop my sequins for my shaker. Of course, I have my sequins. This one is the Sweet Nothings mix, and then this one is Wish Upon a Star. So I'm not sure which one I'm going to be using, well, not, I know, well, actually, I'm going to be using this one, but at the end of the video, I'm going to show you a card that I created. So for my fellow card makers, not only are we going to make a 12 by 12 layout with a shaker, but you'll see me do the same technique on a card. So stay tuned for that at the end of the video. So of course I have my adhesive, my mint tape for die cutting, my scissors and my tweezers. Sorry, this is kind of taking a little bit long. I have my low tack adhesive mat because I'm doing ink blending on my title. I have acetate and vellum for my shaker. I like to back my shakers with vellum. These are the nested A2 arches dies, and I am going to be using this die set to create my shaker. So I'm excited to show y'all that. So I did pull out some shape dies in case for embellishing. So I've got the Butterflies 2, Sunny Lane Florals, and the Layered Roses. I'm more interested in these pieces here. And then for my title, like I said, we're gonna do some ink blending on my title. I use the Joyful die set. Now, excuse me, I ripped this off. I don't know if y'all are like me, but I get a little excited when I receive new products. So I tend to be really like rough with my stuff, unfortunately. So I got super excited and ripped it. So yeah, so we're gonna be building our title using the Joyful die set. Okay, so the cardstock I am going to be using is the Vicki Boutin foundations paper. I am, like I said, I'm doing 12 by 12. And then I also tore off or cut down some pieces to die cut our title, as well as a couple of the shape dies. So after all that, I hope y'all are still with me. I am super excited to be sharing my favorite techniques. Let's go ahead and get creating. So the first thing that we are going to be doing is I am going to trim down this 12 by 12 cardstock from Vicki Boutin's foundation paper. When you tear it off, it has that little serrated edge. So I'm just gonna trim that off really quick and not take too much off. Okay. So what I'm going to do first is we're going to do some of the ink blending. That way it can sit and it can dry, and then we're going to do our die cutting and for the base of our shaker. Now, who likes to create shakers? Is this anybody's first time creating a shaker? Let me know in the comments below. I love to create shakers, and what's funny is I jam pack them like so full, it ends up just being a display of the sequence. They're mainly just like a window, since there's not very much shaking going on, since it's, you know, pretty full. So yeah, so let me know in the comments if you've created shakers before, if you like them, if you don't like them, maybe you're looking for some tips and tricks to create them, because that's what I'm here for. And so let me know in the comments down below. So like I said before, I am going to display those Distress Oxide ink colors one more time. And I know I'm kind of going a little bit quickly, but I'm already, I think, a few minutes in and I haven't really got started. I didn't realize that my showing all the supplies would take that long. Okay, so yeah, let me know in the comments down below. And then, you know, with that being said, since we are going to do some ink blending, do y'all like to do mixed media? I know it can be somewhat scary for some, or people don't like to get messy, or, you know, it's a little intimidating. And I get it. When I first started, it was super intimidating. Like, you know, you see fellow crafters out there, and it, you know, it can be too messy, or you don't really like the look of it, or you don't know maybe where to start. My suggestion in ink blending, or in mixed media, is to start with ink blending, because it's not super messy. It can be very forgiving, and it's super fun. So what I'm doing here is I'm taking my blending tool. I'm, you know, with some pressure, I'm, you know, getting some ink on there, and then I'm going to pounce it on my mat, or if you don't have a mixed media mat, pounce it on any surface to get it going, so you don't maybe have that harsh circle, unless you want to create the bokeh effect, which is super cute, and that's different. But if you're just starting off and you just want to, you know, a little bit of color on your background, do that so you don't get that harsh, you know, circle right away. And what's good about these domed applicators is it helps cut back on that. Because it's domed, it's not going to get that full like harsh circle line as well. So these work in your favor and help you out as well. So when you go to apply the ink, light circles, gentle, start off small, and then work your way out. Since I'm going to be doing several different colors, I'm just going to, you know, kind of work it a little bit. And a tip for ink blending is to use a nice smooth surface. I do like to use a textured cardstock, but if you're starting off, you know, you don't necessarily have to use a textured cardstock. I just like the look of it, to be honest. It gives like a little bit of texture and a little bit of interest. So that was Kitsch Flamingo, probably one of my favorites. I'm going to go in with some Salvage Patina. I might not get to Festive Berries, only because, actually, do I want to start with this one? Wait, maybe I'm going to do yellow first. Hold on. Do I want to, wait. Maybe we'll end, yeah, let's end with that. Let's go with, Squeeze Lemonade, sorry. I had to think about that for a second. We'll end with Salvage Patina. Okay, so I'm just gonna add a little bit of Squeeze Lemonade. So yes, so comment down below, y'all, if you like to dabble in mixed media. Now, I like to get super messy, but that is just my preference. I like to bring the water, I like to bring the gesso, I like to do all of that. But doing the ink blending is a nice way to dip your toes in a little bit, you know, so it's not super crazy if you don't want to start off that way. And see, I got a little heavy-handed there. You could keep working it and it will, you know, it can fade out. And then if you want it to blend to the color next to you, just next to it, not you, just kind of work it, keep working it in. And what's great about Distress Oxide inks is they are perfect for ink blending. They kind of sit on top of the paper and they're like pigmented or pigment ink, and they are just fabulous. So let's go with some Twisted Citron, and then we'll bring in some of that Salvage Patina. So yeah, it depends on what kind of level of mixed media you want to get into. But this is great. It's a great starting point for sure. All right, so I'm gonna try to move a little quickly here. And get this in. And I do want a shave left. Hold on. I've got ink on my hands. A little bit more of Squeeze Lemonade. There we go. I just had a little hole there that I'm gonna fix. Okay, so let's get some of that Salvage Patina and get that blended. All right. Okay, and this one is a gorgeous one. And hopefully my tripod isn't shaking too much since it's on my desk. But yes, so I'm super excited to be a part of SB Fest. I hope you guys are having fun. There's so much inspiration being brought to y'all from Scrapbook.com. I was like elated when they reached out to me to see if I wanted to participate, and of course that was a no-brainer. I love to teach. I love to share my love for this craft, and yeah. Okay, so this is simple. You can't really see Twisted Citron, and that's okay. I'm not going to do too much. I might come back and add a little bit after the fact, but this is good. This is a good base for us to begin. So I forgot to mention that I do have some clean water here. I don't have my baby wipes because I didn't think I was going to, you know, need them. I didn't really need them too much. So yeah, so we're just gonna clean that up really fast. It's just some clean water. I'm gonna put these away for right now, and we're going to get started on the rest of our layout. I might come back in with some splatters. Actually, why don't we do that? Let's do that really quick. So when we're working on our the rest of our layout, we can allow this to dry. So I'm just going to stamp these ink pads on my surface. I'm going to spray some clean water, and then I'm going to do some simple splatters with a paintbrush and some water. Now, this is completely optional. You don't have to do this. You can just completely leave this. You can also add clean water and no extra ink, and you can do the oxidation technique where you let the clean water sit on the surface for you know, a minute or two, and then lift it up with a clean paper towel, and then you can see it oxidize. And I can actually do that if I wanted to with this, but just for time purposes, we're just gonna go ahead and do the simple ink splatters. So I'm just gonna go across my paper with my paintbrush. This is a size 10. You can go small as you like. I like the size 10 only because it gives you not only the big splatters, but also small ones, but I am partial to these bigger splatters. Okay, so depending on if that is dry when we're ready to go back to it, I might take my napkin to it, and then it'll also pick up some of that color from the ink blending to show that oxidation. So I'm gonna set this aside. We are going to die cut and make our shaker. Okay, so that is off to the side. Now, this nested A2 arches set, as soon as I saw it, I was completely inspired and knew that I wanted to build my class around it. In order to make the shaker, we're going to take this one and this one. And essentially you can make with this set, or even other shapes that they have available, the nested sets, I can make shakers out of anything. I could take a tag, punch a hole in it or a heart in it, and make a shaker out of it. All you need is, like, especially if they're nested, you just nestle two together, one large and then one smaller in it, and we're essentially creating a frame. So I've done one off camera here to show y'all. So this is what I started with, and I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I'm going to show you here me taping it. Where's my mint tape? Which is my favorite tape ever. So I'm going to position my die and then my larger one, and then I'm going to position the smaller one inside. And this is going to create the frame of my shaker. If I could keep it still, that'd be great. Okay. All right. So I'm eyeballing it. I'm getting it as straight as I can. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I am trying to, of course, get it. Well, that's completely crooked. So here we go. All right. So this is going to create the frame for our shaker. So when we're ready to make our shaker, after we run it through the die cutting machine, it's going to look like this. So we're going to create our acetate on the back of it, add our foam tape, and it's going to create a window and a place for our sequin mix to sit. So super fun, super simple. You can add the shaker to anything. You can make them as small as you want. You can make a huge shaker and have your layout completely based on that and have that as a focal point. You can make shakers out of anything. You can cut, let's see, you can, if you like, chipboard frames you can make a shaker from, ephemera frames you can make a shaker from. I have just seen something, punched a hole through it, added some acetate, and made a shaker that way. So I hope that inspires you. Shakers to me were kind of tricky at first, but since I've created them for so long and I got addicted to it, I'll make a shaker out of anything. Okay, so we have my magic mat, we have my nested circle die, I'm going to run this through and then you'll see the frame. So I'm essentially going to be cutting 3. I'm only making 1 shaker, but I want to have 2 other frames behind it. Just kind of like a layer for my photo, as well as maybe a floral embellishment. I have this idea that I want to create, like this design. So hopefully it'll come out. And oops, let me run that one more time. It didn't. Should have added a shim, but it's okay. It's only because this Vicki Boutin Foundations paper, it's super thick. So here we go. Let me just put this off, and I'm going to just trim it real quick. Hopefully I'm not off camera, and if I am, I apologize. I just want to get this, go around here. Here we go. This paper is super thick, and I wanted to use the super thick paper because I want it to stand up, not only for the shaker, but also because I want to pop it up on foam tape. Okay, so that one's down, and let's run this one through our machine. All right, let's make sure that one should have, maybe I should add a shim. Hopefully that did the trick. I think it did. It's just super thick. Hold on. Let's try a shim. This might be too thick of a shim, but there we go. Okay. There we go. All right, so we have our frames. Now let's make that shaker. All right. So while we have this out, what we're gonna do is we are going to glue our acetate to the back side of our shaker. So it's going to be on the back side. And what I like to use to do that is, if I can find it, is double-sided tape or just adhesive, wet adhesive. So I'm just going to do the double-sided tape here to get that adhered down. And hopefully there's not too much of a glare on my desk. And I'm going to see if I can, I usually can do this, like manipulate it around the frame, but since it's a rounded shape, hopefully that'll work. But yeah, so who is creating along with me right now? Hopefully you guys are getting lots of inspiration. I love SBC Fest. I think it's so fun. There's always new ideas. I love to watch. If you're a scrapbooker and not a card maker, I love to watch card making videos. I draw a lot of inspiration for my layouts from card making. And I love to take those, card making techniques and add them to a 12 by 12 layout or, another size. So what I did is I adhered the acetate to the double-sided tape, and all I did was trim around it. You could take a pen and do it that way, but I find it easier just to go ahead and trim around it that way. Okay, so now that we have our window, this is the beginning of our shaker. So now I'm gonna take those foam strips that I had out in the beginning, and I'm gonna pull the whole thing off because I know this is a little bit of a bigger surface that we need to cover. So a trick for me to give to y'all is remove that backing paper from your thin foam strips. To me, it's a little bit easier to work around your shaker because you can manipulate it to go however you need it to. See, so I'm going to turn it that way, like that. And since I don't have the release paper, it's a little more forgiving and it'll allow me to do that. Now I am going to need one more piece to complete the perimeter of my shaker. So I am going to eyeball it and hope. Actually, yeah, let's just do that. Let's just kind of see here. There we go. So we are going to make sure that all the edges of our foam tape touch. That way none of our fun sequin mix will get out. Let's see. So we are going to be using the Sweet Nothings sequin mix. And now I have a place for my sequins to sit. Now, if you wanted to create a shaker that has lots of movement, you can double up on your adhesive foam or your adhesive foam. So you can add one more layer to it, and that it will have more dimension on your page, but it will allow your mix to shake a lot more. But if you're like me and it's okay if it doesn't shake too much, that's okay. You can totally leave it just as one level. Now, this mix has some beads in here, circle beads. Now I might need to add a second. Let's just go ahead and do that because do you see that ball? Oh no, I'm so sorry. My light. This ball or bead is very dimensional. So, well, let's not. I don't want too much dimension on my page. If I see like this one, I won't add it. I'll take it out. But this sequin mix is fun, and you can actually create sequin mixes or shakers. You can fill your shakers, where's my spoon, with anything you want. You don't need like anything. Like this one has like sprinkles. Oh my gosh, I love it. See, these, as cute as these balls are, I'm going to unfortunately take those out. I really like them, especially the pink ones and the purple ones. But just for dimension's sake, I don't think I'll have the bigger ones in there. But if there's tiny ones in there, that'll work. So I'm just taking my Nuvo craft spoon. I love this thing. It makes it so much easier to spoon in things. I tend to make a mess. So yeah, this helps me not spill everything everywhere. All right. So like I said before, you can fill it however much you want to. You can have it as full as you want. And just be careful, since I did remove the backing paper to my from my foam, you know, things might get stuck to it. That's okay, you can pick it off. To me, it's just a little bit easier to have the backing paper already off than to take it off after I filled it, because that's when I make a mess. So I like to back all my shakers with vellum, especially if I do mixed media. That way you can still see your background through your shaker and you don't lose it. So I'm just going to carefully trim it. There we go. Trim the vellum. Is it clean? Let's see. There we go. And then I'm going to flip it over and you're going to see how gorgeous this shaker is. All right, so I've backed my shaker and I've trimmed off the vellum, and I'm gonna hold it close to the camera, but you can see how pretty it is. Oh, I love it. And it shakes. So that's a shaker, super simple. Let me know what y'all think in the comments below. and let's get started on the rest of our layout. Okay. All right, here is our background. It is just about dry. We are going to, let's see, where did my napkin go? Let's just get another one real quick. We're just gonna make sure that all of the ink has dried. And I'm going to, I don't know where my scissors went. I'm just going to trim this off really quick. There we go. Just a little bit that was left on there. So here's our shaker. And then I'm going to layer these underneath. And I'm going to go and add my foam to the back of these. And I'm not going to take off the, oh, there's my scissors. I'm not going to take off the backing pieces to it yet, because I don't know where I'm going to put them just yet. So I'm just putting them on right now, and I'm leaving some of the foam off from one of the sides, just in case. I am going to layer these, or I think I want to layer them, but I might have to yeah, I want them to like lay on each other, so I don't want to add foam to that other side. Okay, so this is what our layout is looking like so far. The photo I am going to be documenting is of my Annie girl. This is our new baby. We had her in April. And I wanted to use this photo for this layout. So I'm just going to trim it down. And this is her 1 month. Her 1 month photo. So if you did the homework video, if you saw the homework video, I have already had you cut these arches. And then I'm also had you cut the title and the embellishments. So, all right, so that's where our photo is going to go. And then now we are going to, I've die cut. Now we're going to pull out the letters that we die cut. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, so I pulled out the letters that we had from our homework, and I had die cut my title. I used those joyful dies that I showed you in the beginning. So my title is going to be My Heart, because my girl is my heart, and I just think it's, oh, that photo just, oh, I love her. So I think I'm going to do a mix of Kitsch Flamingo and Salvage Patina. So I'm going to switch out my little dauber here. And I'm going to do an ombre. I'm going to try to do an ombre look. And I have it on my low tack mat here. And I'm going to just do an ombre. So basically I'm only going to be inking up the bottom up to the top, or probably the center of each of the letters. So this mat is absolutely fantastic. It is so nice to do ink blending on, especially when you're doing like a ombre effect, or when you're doing letters, or maybe a delicate die or piece that you've die cut out. This is really nice and handy. So when this is another form of mixed media that I like to introduce. Like, you know, you can totally make this title fit your layout however you want it. You can totally personalize it. You can even take pops of color, which I've done before. I've just slathered on pops of color onto a piece of cardstock, let it dry, and then die cut my title that way. And that really came out really nicely. So I have heart, and then I'm going to do these little tiny babies here. They're so cute. And I'm gonna do it in selvage patina. So super simple. You can add maybe some faux stitching with some a white gel pen if you wanted. You can add some glitter with the pops of color. You can add those. You can add some highlights with that. So many options. So there's my title. I am going to end up popping it on foam tape, but let's go ahead and get these adhered down so that I can pop up my photo right here, and I might mat it with some of that sherbet paper, and let's do that. I like this color right here. Oops. All right. I'm gonna pull that out. And I'm just going to do a simple mat. I'm just going to add adhesive down, and then I'm going to take my large scissors and just trim this just to highlight my photo a little bit so it pops just a little bit more. And I did choose this color. I'm not embellishing tone on tone, but I do like that right on top of this color. So now I am going to stick this down first, and I'm going to use my Artiste glue because I have, you know, some mixed media, and because this shaker is a little bit heavy, I do want some wet adhesive down so I can make sure my shaker doesn't go anywhere. And let's get that down. Just want to make sure that's straight. Just let that sit. And then we are going to get the rest of our arches down. And oops, it's moving a little bit. I'm not going to have it like right perfect. I'm just going to kind of stagger them. And let's pull our release paper off. But I really hope you're enjoying the techniques that we're learning or that I'm teaching so far. Like I said, I love to make shakers. I love to work with mixed media. So this is just a lot of fun for me. And I just like, you know, you might not know some tips or tricks. I always learn something, or I take away something from all of my fellow creators. So hopefully I've brought you inspiration as well as some things that you might not have known before. So this layout is gonna be so cute. So I'm going to go ahead and get everything prepped. But this font of this alpha die set is just so dang cute. I love it. So I think I'm gonna make sure it stays. Pop the my right here and then add that. And then what we're gonna do, just for some embellishments, I'm going to pull the flowers that I had you die cut in your homework, and we're gonna get those down as well as the leaves that we die cut, and we're gonna get those adhered. Let me pull those out. Okay, so here are the pieces that we had from my homework video. If you did not know I had a homework video, I will see if they can maybe link it in the comments below. But this was just a little bit of prep work since there was lots of die cutting for this layout. And I'm just gonna quickly put these flowers together so you guys can see me do that on camera. So I just die cut these in that video. So we're just going to put them together really quick, super simple. These are going to be our simple embellishments for this layout. I didn't want to embellish too heavily because, oh, that's not even in the middle. It's okay. because I really wanted it to be about the shaker and then the technique, and to keep, you know, the focus on the photo as well as the shaker. There's just a lot going on in this layout, so I just want everybody to look at everything and not be, you know, completely overwhelming. So these flowers came together very quickly. I am going to kind of lay them out here. Oh wait, I kind of want this pink one here. Let's go ahead and put our photo on some foam tape so we can just adhere that down, and it can be level with our, I keep losing my scissors. Okay, I have to ask, who here is a messy crafter? I 100% am. Not gonna lie, when you look at my desk after I create, it is a big, huge mess. So tell me in the comments below who is a messy crafter, and then also tell me, do you clean up after you're done creating, or do you just keep going? Like, do you have to have a clean desk before you can create again? Like, how do you create? Do you clean up? I am guilty. I don't necessarily clean up right away. I can go and create a couple different layouts, and but then it gets to a point where maybe, you know, it is a little bad where I'll have to clean up after myself. But I am messy, but I can create. So I did these for homework, these flowers, I die cut using these shape dies that I showed in the beginning of our video, and I used the sherbet cardstock pack. I did the leaves using, I don't know where that die is right now, using the same cardstock. So I am going to be tucking these. Oh, they're super cute, but they're super delicate, so you gotta be careful. But I love these little pieces. They're just perfect to tuck here and there. So let's see if we can get this tucked in here. I might have to trim, you know what? And that's okay. If you're like, you die cut something and you need to just make it fit to your needs, do that. And then this one will be nestled here as well. I love it. Got a little bent, but that's okay. And then also in the homework, I had you die cut the butterflies using that mixed metal glitter paper as well. So I am going to be adhering those. So yeah, simple embellishing, I should say, and just tucking our things in. So it's a lot of fun. This adds some great pops of green. Oops, jeez. This is what I mean. I am such a messy crafter. But yeah, I'm excited to see how you guys create, if you guys clean up, or after you're done, or if you're a messy crafter. But yeah, I'm a pretty messy crafter. So I'm going to stagger these butterflies around my page. And you could have even, like I mentioned in my homework video, you can die cut as many as you want. Or you don't have to use butterflies. You could use stars, you could use hearts. I just love a butterfly, and I love the glitter gold. So that is good. I'm going to go ahead and adhere my title down as some finishing touches really quick. I'm going to pull, where did it go? Oh, here it is. My Color Pops. This is the gold glitter in champagne. I'm going to get it started on my desk here, and I'm just going to add just some really quick dots, and then I'm going to be super careful because it's got to dry. So I'm gonna add it there. I'm gonna add a couple, probably 3 here, and then a few up here. So this just adds just another element of texture, and then some more pops of that glitter. But that is it. I am going to add some white splatters. If you know me, I love this. This is the Dina Wakley Gloss Spray in white. I'm going to carefully, actually wait, real quick. I'm going to add these little stickers because they're just so cute. This is from the rainbow set. Love you. And then sweetheart. because that just fits perfectly in there. And that little arch, which is perfect for embellishments, just needed a little something. And then since I like to do things in 3, this one that says Kiss Kiss, because I'm constantly on this girl's face. So there is that. So that is good. I'm going to add the white paint as a finishing touch. Let me cover up her face really quick with this piece of paper. And then I'm gonna move it around, but I'm gonna be careful. I do have my color, pops of color down there. So just add my paint. Make sure I get some on my title just to add a little something. And I don't mind if it gets on my shaker. But please let me know in the comments below if you had fun. It was an absolute treat to be here with y'all and hanging out with you guys. I hope you got creative. I hope I brought inspiration. And I hope you guys will try shakers if you haven't done it before, as well as some simple ink blending, creating an ink blended title. I'll get that off in just a second. But yeah, I had a lot of fun. Stay tuned. I am going to be showing y'all a card that I made right after. And so you can, if you're a card maker, you can make a shaker on your card. So here is the layout. I will have, yeah, the card right after. But thank you again. And I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. Bye. All right, hey everyone, here is the card I created using all of the supplies that I had for my 12 by 12 layout. I just made a shaker card. The only thing that wasn't from the supplies that I showed at the beginning of my live was the birthday celebration 2 dies. I used the Celebrate die. I thought this would be cute for a title for my card. So yeah, I did the shaker with the buttons galore and more, Wish Upon a Star mix. And then I have my pops of color. I did the die, the butterflies with this die and the mixed metal glitter paper. And I do have to say this Artiste craft glue, if I didn't mention it before, this is absolutely fantastic glue. It adhered this delicate and intricate die cut so nicely. I love it. So yeah, I just did some simple ink blending with these 2 colors, and that is my shaker card. So I hope you really enjoyed my class creating this 12 by 12 layout and then making it on a card. I had a lot of fun. Thank you to Scrapbook.com again for having me. I'll see you next time, friends. Bye. Hey friends, it's me. I thought I'd just pop on real quick to show my face and say bye to everybody. Thank you so much to Scrapbook.com again for having me. I know I just said that in my when I showed my card, but I just wanted to say thank you again. Thank you to all my friends for hanging out with me. I really hope you enjoyed my class. I will see you next time. Bye.
Hey friends, Cody and I are getting really cozy and comfortable on the couch with our cozies because this is a cozy SBC Fest, and guess what?
We have a giveaway for you. Right now you can enter to win the Petal Pink Gemini Junior.
So pretty.
And it's only available here at Scrapbook.com.
Yes, so put in the comments what you're snacking on for SBC Fest, because we've got all of our snacks here. We'd love to hear what you're eating and chomping on during SBC Fest, because we all know we need a little something something to get us through the day with SBC Fest.
Totally. So put your answer in the live chat now, and we'll be back in just a minute to choose a winner, and we'll be talking about Tiffany and Brianna's class.
Can't wait. See you all in just a minute.
Okay, we just watched 2 amazing classes from Tiffany and Bree.
Let's address the elephant in the room.
Why we're dressed like this?
We're in our cozies because we wanted to get comfortable for SBC Fest.
Yeah, I mean, the whole, the collection that you guys made was called Cozy, so we just figured might as well get comfy.
Yeah, and these are comfy.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we've got the nice comfy inside here, and I am feeling really relaxed and enjoying every moment. And we did just finish Tiffany Solorio's class, so let's chat a little bit about what we felt was amazing in that class. You want to start?
Yeah. I love that she showed 2 techniques to get the same outcome. Like if you were scared about spraying directly onto your tag, that you could spray on the side and then dip into it. I love that.
I thought that was cool that she used her finger to blend and kind of dab, dab, dab and did all of that. I would be scared to do that initially, I think, and the fact that she made it look really easy and fun and said she did a happy finger dance when she did it was so cute and so inspiring. And so, yeah, I was definitely motivated to give it a try. And I did. You want to see what I made?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I actually made a tag and I use different colors because I'm more of a pastel girl. I like pinks and these colors, obviously, my cozy.
Yeah.
And so I did that. And then I also did a card version with her background using all of the different spray inks. And then I also did the white embossing powder with my stamp in the middle and just did a sentiment right in the center.
Yeah, and like Tiffany said in her class, so if these colors aren't your jam, choose your favorite colors.
Yeah, I love that you can use lots of different colors.
Yeah, and then I did love too, though, that she stamped, she applied the ink but then stamped some of it off to get variation through her stamping on the tags.
Yeah, and one thing that she did say was that these techniques take patience because you have to wait for it to dry, then do another layer and try it again. I really thought that was helpful when she was showing her techniques and teaching that. So really good class.
Oh, yeah.
A lot to learn, a lot to try. I have lots more I want to play with that one. So I will definitely be going back and trying that technique.
Totally.
Next we had Brianna Lepper.
Yes, her class was amazing. I loved her layout and that you can take that same technique and then apply it to a card.
Yes, I love that she did the ink blending across and then splattered over in the same ink color over the same coloring. I loved that.
That's what I had in my notes too.
Yeah, isn't that great?
Yeah.
And then the arches.
Of course, the arches make another appearance.
One thing that I really loved that I picked up from her class was that she uses vellum to back her shaker cards.
Yes, that's what I said too, so that you could see the ink blending come through.
Yeah, I thought that was really cool.
Yeah.
Such a great, just little tip that makes a huge impact and huge difference.
Totally.
Yeah, so definitely did that as well. I made a card. Let me show you my card really quick. All right, so I did the same effect as her arches and her ink blending on the base of my Halloween card here. And I love that she did the ombre letters for the title, which is what I did on my card as well. I love that technique.
Yes, it was just a great class all the way around.
It really was a great class. And her beautiful new baby. I mean, come on. Congratulations, Brianna. We are so happy for you. Your baby is gorgeous.
Yes, the baby girl.
Yes, thank you for sharing with us. All right, friends, it's time to check out our next fabulous instructors.
First up, we have a class by Mirisha Dean, and then following Mirisha Dean's class, we're going to Lea Lawson's place. And Lea teaches a great class.
Yes.
In Lea's class, she will be hot foiling, and if you bought her kit and you are not foiling, be sure to use that time that she's foiling to stamp your image.
Yes, great tip. All right, let's head on over.
Hello friends, welcome to SBC Fest. I am Mirisha and I am so excited that you decided to join me. Today, I'm so happy to share with you a few of my favorite tips and tricks that I use when I create card projects using sentiment die cuts. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. For our first card project, we are going to create this adorable Thanks sentiment background teddy bear card. To begin, I'm going to bring in Scrapbook.com's nested A2 rectangles die set. I'm going to use the second and third largest die in this set to die cut the panels that I need to use to create this card. I'm now going to position the two dies on 110-pound Neenah Classic Solar White cardstock. I'm then going to bring in a piece of mint tape, and I'm going to use the tape to secure the dies to the cardstock. That way, this will prevent the dies from moving when I run my sandwich through my die cutting machine. Using the largest of the two rectangle die cutouts, I'm going to bring in Scrapbook.com's wafer-thin metal die set, and using the largest oval die, I'm going to position it on the center of the panel. I'm then going to bring in a piece of mint tape and secure the die to the panel. This will create an oval frame for the front of the card. I'm not going to discard the oval die cutout. I'm going to actually put it aside and save it for a future card project. So now we have the beginnings of our card front. We have a solid, smaller rectangle cutout, which we're going to use to create the sentiment background. And then we also have the oval rectangle frame. I'm now going to place this to the side and move on to the next step. Using Scrapbook.com's wafer-thin nested hearts die set, I'm going to use the 3 smallest dies to die cut the hearts out of red cardstock. Now, here's a tip, trick, hack, whatever you want to call it. This negative piece of cardstock, I am not going to throw it out. So hold up just a minute before you toss yours out. I have a few ideas I want to share with you. You can actually save this piece for future card projects. You can use it as a stencil. You can use it to create a shaker card, or if you'd like, you can bring in a card base of a different color and cut this cardstock down to size and use it as a card front panel. Maybe add a little critter and a sentiment, and there you have a quick and easy card. So, as I always say, before you commit, experiment. You never know what you'll come up with. Using the thanks die from Scrapbook.com's Thank You Number 2 word die set, along with Scrapbook.com's mixed metals glitter paper, let me pause for a moment to express my love for this glitter paper. First, the glitter does not come off. 2, whether I'm using dies or my Cricut, this paper allows a crisp, clean cut, and I love it. I'm now going to bring in Scrapbook.com's clear double-sided adhesive sheets. Why? Because we're going to create a sentiment die cut sticker. This is one of my absolute favorite things to do when I create cards. I'll just create a bunch of sentiment stickers, and if I'm looking to create a quick card, then I'll have them stashed away. I'll grab my sentiment, remove the release paper, and then adhere the sentiment to my card. So as you see, I removed one side of the release paper, and I'm now positioning the adhesive on the back of the paper. I'm then going to bring in my scraper tool from Scrapbook.com, and I'm going to burnish the back just to make sure that the adhesive is secured to the paper. Then from there, I'm going to bring in the thanks die, and I'm going to position it on the paper, and then I'm going to run it through my die cutting machine. For this card project in particular, I die cut the sentiment out of this paper 7 times. Now that the sentiment die cuts are ready, it is now time to create our sentiment background. And feel free to use different colored cardstock or glitter cardstock to create your sentiment die cuts. Now right here, I'm just removing the excess from the die cutouts. And once I'm done, I'm going to position the sentiments on the panel. I encourage you to experiment with the placement of your die cuts. If you want to create a vertical sentiment background, do so. If you want your die cuts to be at an angle like this project, do so. That's the beauty and joy in creating, is making it your own, using your own creative identity, your own creative thumbprint. Once I'm done positioning the die cuts on this panel, I'm going to bring in the oval frame just to make sure that I'm happy with the placement of the sentiments. Then I'm going to begin removing the release paper from the back of the sentiments. And then from there, I'm going to adhere them to the panel. If you don't want to create sentiment stickers, feel free to use adhesive glue or an adhesive tape runner to adhere your sentiment die cuts to your panel. Also, you also have an option to use a sentiment stamp set to create a sentiment background. The pieces that are hanging off the edge of the panel, I'm going to cut them off, but I'm not going to throw them away. I'm going to use them as filler pieces for my background. So I'm going to show you in just a moment. There's going to be a little space on this panel. So I'm going to use the K and the S to fill in that space. So as you see this little space on the left side of the panel, I need to fill that in. So I'm bringing in the K and the S, and I'm going to position it on that part of the panel. And then I'm going to remove the release paper and adhere that piece to my panel. Now, it does take a while to create this background. It does. It took me all in all about maybe 10-15 minutes in total. But once I'm done creating the panel, that's it. It's on to adding the other few elements, which we're going to do in just a moment. And after that, this card is done. So yeah, if you're going to create a sentiment background panel with die cuts. Now, stamping will be a lot quicker because you're just inking up your stamp and you're just stamping it on your panel. You'll be done maybe 5 minutes, if that. So yeah, this will take some time to create. Now that my panel is done, I'm going to bring in the frame just to make sure that it is to my liking, and then I'm going to cut off the excess pieces from the panel. Then once I'm done, it is on to the next step. Using the bear-shaped dies from Scrapbook.com, I die cut and assembled this adorable bear off camera. I am now bringing in my sentiment background, my frame, and the bear, and I'm going to position the bear behind the frame. Once I'm happy with the placement, I'm then going to bring in some adhesive glue. And I'm going to add some glue behind the corner of the frame where the bear will be placed. And you can feel free to use adhesive tape if you'd like. Now I'm going to position the frame on top of the bear. So I'm going to move him down just a little bit because I want to make sure the thanks in the middle is visible. And now I'm going to press the frame on top of the bear. After that, I'm going to cut off the excess. And my frame is almost done. Now we're going to move on to the next step. I want to add some dimension to my card front. So I'm going to bring in some foam tape from Scrapbook.com. And I'm going to cut it down to size and position the foam tape on the back of the frame. I'm then going to place it to the side and move on to create my card base. To create a top folding card base, I'm bringing in Spellbinder's Waterfall 100-pound cardstock. Each sheet is 8.5 by 11 inches. I am going to cut the sheet in half at 4.25 inches, and then I'm going to score it at 5.5 inches. For this project, you do have the option to create a side folding card base as well. Now that my card base is good to go, I'm now going to bring in my sentiment background, and I'm going to adhere it to the card base. Once the sentiment background is adhered, I'm then going to bring in the oval frame. I'm going to remove the release paper from the foam tape, and then I'm going to adhere the frame to my card front. Once the frame is secured to my card, I'm then going to bring in the heart die cuts. Once I position them on my card and I'm happy with the placement, I'm going to use a combination of adhesive glue and foam tape to adhere them to the card. Please remember that there is no right or wrong way when it comes to the amount of hearts to add to your card. If you want to add a few behind the bear and maybe none at the top left-hand corner like I'm doing, that is perfectly fine. I encourage you to embrace your creation and your creative thumbprint. Another fun idea for this card is you can actually turn it into a shaker card. You can use the hearts as the shaker element, have them falling around behind the bear. That would be really cool. Also, you can also switch up the elements on the card. So instead of hearts, maybe for Christmas, you can use snowflakes. And for the background sentiments, you can maybe use Mary. You know, just really play with this card creation. Look through your stash, see what you have, and see what you're able to come up with. This card project is almost complete. To finish up the card for a final touch, I'm going to bring in my black Jelly Roll pen, and I'm going to create faux stitch lines around the oval frame. This step is definitely optional, but I believe that it does add a fun touch to the card. And there you have it, my friends. Just like that, a very quick and easy sentiment background card that you can create. Before I let you go, I have one more card project I would like to share with you where I'm going to show you a few more tips and tricks that I use when I create sentiment background cards. So let's go ahead and get into it. For this second project, I'm going to create a hedgehog using Scrapbook.com's hedgehog die set, bow topper shape dies, rainbow glitter paper, and Neutrals smooth cardstock. For the clouds, I'm going to use Spellbinder's On Cloud 9 die set to die cut 2 clouds. To add some shading to the clouds, I'm going to use my blending brush to apply Distress Oxide's Salty Ocean. Once I'm done applying the oxide, it is on to the next step. There will be a few steps that will be repeated that I used to create the first card to create this project. For the first card project, we used black glittered paper to die cut the thanks sentiment from the Thank You No. 2 word die set. But this time, we're going to die cut the sentiment out of white cardstock. Using the smaller A2 panel, we are going to position the thanks sentiment on the background just the same as we did with the first card. But this time, instead of creating stickers, we're going to use our adhesive glue, or you can use adhesive tape to adhere the sentiments to the background, creating your background panel. Another tip, trick, hack, whatever you want to call it, you do have the option to, instead of using a single layer of the sentiment die cuts, you can actually stack maybe 2 or 3 layers of the die cuts on your panel, creating additional dimension to your card. There are so many fun ways that you can use to create a sentiment background card. So many ways. So, as always, I do encourage you to play around with your projects, see what you come up with, experiment with the colors, the dimension of the card. If you want to do a shaker card, a solid background card, there is no right or wrong way to create. Once I'm done creating my background, I'm going to bring in Distress Oxides, Mowed Lawn, and Salty Ocean. And using my blending brushes, I am going to create a small little scene card. How fun is that? Another thought that came to mind when I created this card was, instead of using cardstock, how about using watercolor paper? Yes, so use the watercolor paper to die cut your sentiments and your panel, and use your favorite watercolors to add color to your panel. So fun. I'm adding some final touches regarding the blend of these 2 colors on the panel. Once I'm done, I'm going to bring in my water bottle and I'm going to spritz some water on the oxide. Then from there, I'm going to bring in a paper towel to soak up the water. And then next is on to the next step. Off camera, I die cut a gold mat for this panel, but first I'm going to adhere the hedgehog to this panel. Then from there, I'm going to adhere the panel to my gold mat, and then I'm going to adhere the card front to my card base. And this too is an A2 standard size top folding card base. I used adhesive glue to adhere my card front to my card base, but feel free to use any adhesive that you like. Next, it's time to adhere the clouds to my card. So I'm going to bring them both in and position them on the card. Once I am satisfied with the placement, I'm going to use adhesive tape and foam tape to adhere the clouds to the card. This card is almost done. Just like the first card, the only thing that takes a while is adding the sentiments to the background. After that, it is smooth sailing. You add your other elements, and there you have it, a very quick and easy card. To add a final touch to this card, I die cut 2 hearts from the heart die that is included in the hedgehog die set. For the paper, I used red glitter paper from Scrapbook.com's rainbow glitter paper pack. I'm using adhesive glue to adhere the hearts to the card front. Once I'm done, it is on to the final step. Next, I'm going to adhere the bow to the hedgehog. Finally, I'm going to bring in Pink Fresh Studios Metallic Pearls Embellishments, and I'm going to add a pearl to the center of the bow, making this card project complete. Thank you for joining me on today for SBC Fest. I hope that this lesson does inspire you to create and think outside of the box when it comes to creating card projects using sentiment die cuts. Before I let you go, I want to encourage you and let you know that just like your creative projects, you are uniquely and wonderfully made. So embrace your creative identity and thumbprint. All right, my friends, I'm sending you love and a whole lot of hugs. Until next time, please take care.
Hi guys, my name is Lea Lawson. I'm the marketing director for Pink Fresh Studio, and I'm really excited to be teaching at my first SBC Fest. So today we are going to dive into foiling. This is going to be very foiling 101. So if you are a seasoned foiler, I still think you'll enjoy just foiling along with me, having a good time, and maybe you'll even learn some tips and tricks about foiling that you didn't know before. So before we get this camera flipped around and we get going on these really colorful and fun birthday cards that I have in store for you, I just wanted to tell you one little tidbit, maybe two little tidbits of information about me that maybe you didn't know before. So I grew up as a cheerleader and a dancer, and I was a cheerleader from the age of 8 to the age of 20 before I got injured in college and had to end my cheerleading career. So that might be where my somewhat bubbly personality comes from. Even though I was a cheerleader my whole life, I also am extremely introverted. So kind of an interesting combo, but that makes me who I am. And it's maybe just a little bit of information that you didn't know about me before. One other little bit of information that maybe you didn't know about me before, I have worked in the crafting industry for a long time, and I actually worked for the fabulous Laura from Scrapbook.com way back in the day. All right, friends. Well, I am really excited to kick off my fun foiling class here for SBC Fest. So what do you say we flip this around, we get going over my desktop, and let's get to creating some really fun and colorful cards. How about that? Here's a look at the different things we're going to be using in class today. These are the Pink Fresh Studio ink colors we'll be using: Ballet Slipper, Sparkling Rose, Apricot Lemon Whip, and Ocean Breeze. We will be using them with the Sweet Day product suite. I will be featuring the hot foil plate, coordinating layering stencils, and the coordinating die. If you are not a hot foiler, I did want to mention that we have the coordinating stamp set that you can follow along with class as well. Now you will need some blending brushes, and today I'm going to be using the 1/2-inch blending brushes from Pink Fresh Studio. And then I am combining them with some really fantastic Scrapbook.com products as well. I'll be using both the Sherbet Smooth cardstock and then the holographic mirror paper. And I will be using the Nested A2 Arches die set, the Bow Toppers die set, and then my sentiments came from Birthday Celebrations 2, and we'll be using all 3 of them. Now, the slimline dies, the slim strips are optional, but I did use them to cut my strips out, which were part of your homework. So hopefully you either used the die to cut them out or used a paper trimmer. I am also using the Scrapbook.com craft glue, artist glue, and then the pops of color in Snowflake. We will be using our Spellbinders Glimmer hot foil system, or whatever hot foil system that you have, and Prism foil, or if you're not foiling, then feel free to stamp or heat emboss your image. I'll be taping things down with the Scrapbook.com mint tape, and I will be gluing with either the liquid glue or these thin premium foam adhesive strips from Scrapbook.com as well. And then finally, this is completely optional, but in the end, I do accent bows with the clear iridescent drops from Pink Fresh Studio. And these are the 2 colorful and fun cards we're going to make. So how about we get going? So the first part of my class is going to focus on foiling. And I am going to be using the Spellbinders Glimmer hot foil system today. Now, it's the main one that I know how to use. So If you happen to have a different version, I know that there are a couple of other options out there. One thing I'm going to suggest is have your manual with you. And inside of the manual, there are typically either step-by-step or step-by-step and photograph instructions on how to use it. The method will be similar. It just might be that the buttons and the way that you do it on your system are different. So you absolutely can follow along in class with me with whatever hot foil system that you have. Just know that mine will be solely based on the Spellbinders Glimmer hot foil system. And hopefully, though, you should be able to follow along with your manual if you're using a different system. So when you get a Spellbinders Glimmer hot foil system, you get a few different things in box. So you get this platform. You'll notice mine is well used. I've been foiling for a long time. And then the base. The base is what plugs in, and of course you'll get the plug, and then this is of course plugged into an electrical outlet. So when you get them, you want to just attach that platform to the base. Now I'm still using, I think, like a first generation, and so mine is a little harder to pull in and out. I have heard that the newer ones are a little easier, so keep that in mind. So once you have it assembled and you have plugged it in, you can go ahead and turn and flip on the switch that's located on the back of your hot foil system. So let's go ahead and turn that on. And you'll notice these lights all turn on at first, then just the red power light is on. So these are important, these play important roles in the hot foiling system. So while it's red, that basically is telling you that it is heating up and it's not ready to hot foil yet. When it's ready and you can start the hot foiling process is when this platform ready light turns on and it will be green. Now we're going to do this all in real time. I did not preheat my hot foil system at all. So we're going to go through this in real time so that you can see, exactly how this process goes from start to finish. But we're going to go ahead and just set this aside, and we're going to go over some of the other elements and the other pieces that you get in your box when you open up your Glimmer hot foil system while we wait for this to fully heat. Now, when you pull yours out of the box, they'll be much prettier. Mine are well used, but these are the two pads that make up your sandwich. Now, you have this frost green thin shim and then the clear spacer pad. Now, something that I actually just learned this year. I've been foiling for years and years, but I probably didn't read my manual thoroughly enough, so that's why I am a big proponent of going through your manual completely. But the thin shim is actually heat resistant. So it is the one when you're creating your sandwich, and of course we'll create the sandwich later and you'll get to see the entire process. The thin shim is heat resistant, so it is the one that you want to put closest to the heat source. I've had in the past people ask me before I knew this if it mattered which one went where, and I always said, no, I don't think so. But I actually learned that it does matter. So is it going to harm anything if you accidentally once put the clear plate closest to the heat source? No, I've done it before. But the true correct way to use them is the frosted green thin shim and then the spacer pad on top. So just for reference, that is how that works. You also get this fun, it's a magnetic tool. It's a picker-up tool for your picking up the hot foil plates off and putting them onto wherever you're going to disperse the heat. Now, some hot foil plates are a little too heavy for this, so I want to give you guys a quick tip. If this guy isn't able to pick up hot foil plate, say you're using like a background plate or our solid hot foil plate, which is just a really big piece of metal, not really intended for this guy. Let me just give you a quick little tip. If you take the magnet from your stamping platform and grab it. These are a little bit stronger, and then you can remove the bigger, heavier hot foil plates and then move them to wherever you plan to disperse your heat. So just a little tip for if you are using a heavier hot foil plate. The hot foil plate we're going to use today will work fine with this one. And then one other piece that you get in your box is this grate mat. And basically this is for where you can put your hot foil plate to cool off. Now you'll actually notice today that I don't use this. I am going to put my hot foil plate onto my glass mat because it actually disperses that heat quicker, and then I can put it away quicker as well. So if you don't have a glass mat underneath you, or if you would rather not use your glass mat, this great little mat that Spellbinders gives you in the box is perfect for letting those hot foil plates cool off. And then, of course, there are some other little goodies that you'll get in your box, but we're not using those today, so I am going to just let that. You can look through those. It's mostly, I think you get a couple of foil rolls and then some hot foil plates that are exclusive to the box. So you'll notice we're a little bit in. We still haven't fully heated up. As I mentioned, I wanted to do this in real time because I wanted you to see how long it takes to heat up. It's not a forever long process by any means, but I do think that sometimes when you're watching curated videos or live streams, oftentimes they're already preheated, ready to go. So you're not seeing the entire process because a lot of times it's just, there's not enough time. As you can see now, the platform is fully ready to go. Before we get going, let's talk about the one other piece that you need when it comes to foiling, and that is a die cut machine that works with your hot foil system. So I am going to be using the Matte Black Spellbinders Platinum 6. This is exclusive to Scrapbook.com. Now, I believe Spellbinders has a really conducive list of all of the different die cut machines out there that work with the Glimmer hot foil system. I would never be able to remember them all and list them all off. But I think that they have a really comprehensive list of the different machines out there that will work with this system. I'm going to stick with a Platinum 6 for my foiling today. But of course, you can use any die cut system that is compatible with the Glimmer hot foil system. Now, let's go ahead and grab our hot foil plate. So we're going to be using the Sweet Day hot foil plate like we went over in the beginning. And we're going to just go ahead and get the hot foil plate onto the platform. Now we want to hit this button. And you'll see this is the button for the timer. This timer will blink for a while, and that is while it's heating up the hot foil plate. When it's done blinking, it's not a very long timer, but when it's done blinking, that means that the hot foil plate is heat enough and it is ready to foil with. So while we're waiting for that to, the timer to go off, let's go ahead and cut a piece of foil. We are using the Prism foil today from Spellbinders. It is a nice iridescent or holographic silver, whatever you want to call that. And I'm going to cut about 6 inches of it. I know that's about what I need to cover this entire hot foil plate. And this is going to go lovely with the sentiments I had you cut out from the holographic paper from Scrapbook.com. All right, so our timer has gone off. So go ahead and also grab that piece of cardstock that I had you prep as homework. This is the one that's 5.5 by 6.5. This is what we're going to foil on today. And let's prep our work surface. So get your die cut machine over where it will be easy transfer. Make sure the base, or the window things are down. So there's many ways to do this. Some people like to layer their sandwich first and then pull the platform from the base. You may have noticed, but my platform is a little bit harder to pull from the base. So I prefer to pull it first. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Now, like I mentioned in the newer ones, I think that the platforms are a little easier to pull away. So you can change this up if you feel like it's not working for you. But I'm going to do it this way because this is what works best for me. And I don't run the risk of that foil starting to heat up and then shift on me. So then I won't get any weird haloing or anything like that. So I'm going to go ahead and remove the platform from the base. So then I'm going to take the foil and I'm going to put it pretty side down onto my hot foil plate. And then I'm going to go ahead and put my cardstock on over top. You'll notice I like to keep that big enough so that I'm not worried about accidentally foiling off the page. Then you want to put your two sandwich pieces, the thin shim and the spacer pad, with the frosted thin shim closest to the heat source because it is the piece that is heat resistant. And then we're going to take this entire sandwich over to whatever die cut machine. I'm using the Platinum 6. And we're just going to slowly and gently run it through the Platinum 6. Now, I will mention that I don't feel the need to run this back and forth at all. So let's take a look and see how our foiling results are. So we're just going to peel that away, and our foiling results are perfect. So I am just going to set this aside because I don't need to waste this. I do have a way that I can use up the rest of this later, but we are not going to do that at this point. So I'm going to go ahead and close my die cut machine for now because we don't need that any longer. And we can turn our hot foil system off. And then let's take our plate off. And I am just going to set the plate down onto my glass mat while I am arranging things and getting things out of the way here. So I'm going to go ahead and set my hot foil system aside and let it cool off. And then the reason why I like to place my hot foil plates onto my glass mat is just how quickly it disperses the heat. So this, I can already pick this up. It's not hot any longer. And I can now go ahead and put it away. So I'm just trying to find the packaging here. So I can go ahead and put this away, and we are done with the foiling. Now, of course, I've already mentioned this in the beginning, but if you are not into foiling, you certainly can join in on class with the mapping stamp set. So keep that in mind. And now we're done with the foiling, and we are going to move on to ink blending and getting these cute little cake and cupcake all poured in. So we're not going to just start at foiling. Foiling is awesome. The great thing about Pinkfresh Studio products is we create suites of products. And one of the things that was really important to us when we were researching foiling and thinking about adding it into our collection of product was that ink blending over top of it wouldn't hurt it. And we were so thrilled when we tested our first design, and ink blending over top of foiling, it doesn't affect the foiling in any way, shape, or form. So in true Pinkfresh Studio fashion, of course, this set has a coordinating stencil set for blending all of the pieces in. So this is a 6-piece set. We'll do a little bit of masking here and there. I'm using some mint tape to hold everything down. Now, there's a lot of different ways that you can up your stenciling. There are those, there's those stenciling, what are they called? Stencil stations out there. that you can use with like the magnets. I'm just using I just have a standard glass mat on my desk, and I like to just tape my panel down, straight down to it. I like to some people like to be able to move their piece around, but I kind of just like it to stay stationary. And then I'll take the stencil and line it up, and then I'll go ahead and tape the stencil down as well. Now let's talk a little bit about Pinkbrush Studio layering stencils if you are not familiar with them. So each stencil, I'm going to find some glare here, each stencil is numbered in the upper left corner. And then there are these little alignment guides in the corner as well. Now the alignment guides are there only for when you're going to use the stencils alone. They give you basically an alignment to an A2 sized piece of paper. When you are using the stencils with either a stamped or foiled image, you will completely ignore those alignment guides and you just align the stencil to your image. We like to give you the guides in case, for when you want to use the stencils on their own and get that kind of soft, no line blended fill. But when you're using them with the actual image, you just ignore them. Now, those are etched, so there's no way for us to make them darker. So if you feel like you can't see the stencil number or the alignment guide very well, we've heard from a lot of crafters that they will rub either black ink or a Sharpie or a little bit of nail polish, something along those lines in there to be able to see the number and the guides a little bit better. Some people will also just Sharpie the number on there, but I will mention, because you'll see me later, I'll clean, I probably won't do it on camera, but I'll mention how I clean. I do clean ink residue off of the stencils with rubbing alcohol or just isopropyl alcohol in a glass bottle, and that will clean off Sharpie. So just keep that in mind. All right, well, let's go ahead and get started on our ink blending. I need to grab my ink blending brushes. Give me just 1 second here. So today I am going to be using our 1/2 inch blending brush sets. I've got a set of light and a set of just not light, basically. I love these fun brushes, and I love the fantastic packaging that they come in. I love that we built in packaging for them, so you don't even have to think about a way to store them. I just keep these stored in a drawer in my desk, and they fit perfectly. So we are going to start layer 1 with Ballet Slipper ink. I just want a nice subtle pink to start the cake and the cupcake off. So Ballet Slipper ink from Pinkbrush is really very light. It's a very light tone. So I don't really feel the need to dab it off. You'll notice later, as I get into a little bit deeper shades of ink, I will dab those off a little bit more because I don't want to get a big splotch of ink in an area. But Ballet Slipper really doesn't need that. And so we are just going to go straight to the source here. You'll notice I'm blending a little bit deeper and a little bit more pink at the top. And I'm also going to do that here along the side. And I'm just making a little bit of a natural shadow to the cake. And then I'm gradually lightening it as I go down the cake. I just like that little bit of added gradation in my ink blending. I think that it just gives the image just that much more. Now we're going to move on up here to the frosting of the cupcake. And this one is also going to be Ballet Slipper as well. So this one, I'm going to blend a little deeper here, the base of the cupcake, and a little bit up the sides, and then lightly blending up to the top of the frosting. Okay, I feel good. Stencil number 1. Let's take a look at it. And as you can see, we've got the start of our frosting here. And it's really, really lovely. All right, so we'll go ahead and put away stencil 2. We are going to put away stencil 1, and we are going to move on to stencil number 2. Same as before, we are just aligning those elements up. So for this stencil, we're going to use a couple of different colors. So I am going to use Ballet Slipper again, because basically for me, this to me is the same color or same frosting as I did for the Ballet Slipper. However, I am going to use a little bit of mint tape to mask off this piece of cake because I want it to be different color. So we're going to start with Ballet Slipper again. I'm going to use that same brush. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to ink blend in the top of the cake. I'm blending a little deeper at the base of the cake here. I'm kind of just basically going the opposite direction of that first blending. So blending in and getting that little bit done here. Okay, I feel pretty good about that. So we are officially done with Ballet Slipper. So we're going to move on to Sparkling Rose. So I just need to grab my other pink brush, which is just my brush that's a little bit deeper pink. That we are going to, this is going to be a different color completely. So I'm going to do the cake in no pink, the inside of the cake in no pink, just because there's so much pink on the outer side. But because I have Sparkling Rose out, let's go ahead, and you'll notice Sparkling Rose, I will tap off a little bit just because it's quite a bit deeper than Ballet Slipper. And we're going to color in that cute little flag. And then we're also going to color in the cupcake holder. And so for the cupcake holder, I'm blending a little deeper at the base of it, and then blending. Okay, so there's a little bit more foil exposed on this one than there was on the previous ones. So I'm just going to buff this clean up here just to buff any residual ink off the foiling. It doesn't hurt it at all, so you're safe to do that. Then let's go ahead and let's also get this little bit of cake stripe blended in. And I am going to do that cake stripe in apricot. So I'm going to go ahead and grab my brush that corresponds with orange. And we are going to blend it. So you'll notice I tapped my ink off a little bit. I just do that with colors like this because you can always add more ink, but you can never take it away. So I just like to be a little bit more cautious. I'm a little bit lighter of an ink blender. So I like the ability to blend deeper if I want, keep it as light as I prefer. Okay, so I am feeling good about my little bit of orange. So let's go ahead and take stencil number 2 off and look at the start of our image coming together. Alrighty, so we are on to stencil number 3. Add some glare there. And let's go ahead and line this up. There's going to be a bit more masking on this one because I am going to do those banners in all different colors. So first things first, I am actually not going to ink blend in this at all. I want to keep that white. So we're just going to ignore the piece other than the banner. But while we're here, let's do the banner second. Let's go ahead and get the cupcake finished up. So we need Ballet Slipper, Sparkling Rose back. I'm going to just do tone on tone ink blending with this one. So we're going to take Ballet Slipper, and because these brushes are nice and small, I don't even feel the need to mask. we're going to take ballet slipper and I'm going to blend it a little bit heavier handed, but it's ballet slipper, so it's never going to be real deep. And we're just adding in those frosting details. And then we're going to do the same thing with sparkling rose and the cupcake liner. So we're going to come in here and we are going to just blend in those details. A little deeper at the bottom on this one. I didn't worry about that with the cupcake, the frosting details. This one, it's a little bit bigger area. So I'm blending a little deeper at the base and then calling that good. So we can go ahead and remove the ballet slipper because we are not going to use ballet slipper in the banner. We're going to go with brighter tones in here. Before I do that, I'm going to just fluff away some ink residue so that I don't accidentally get icky fingers and accidentally ruin my project. So we are going to do these multicolored. So we're going to start with the first four banners or pennants, whatever you want to call those. And I'm going to start them in pink. And the reason for that is there's quite a bit of pink down here. And so I want to put the pink up here so that the other colors can kind of come in with the rest. You're free to do this however you prefer. You can do them in whatever order you want. This just happens to be the order. And because this is the same color, I'm really not worried about getting any little excess or extra ink into the cupcake. So I didn't really feel the need to mask that off. All right. So we're starting with sparkling rose. And then we are going to go ahead and grab the apricot ink. And let's mask off. First things first, this tape won't tape down very well. So I'm just going to wipe away some excess ink there. So then let's do the other side of the top part of the banner. We're going to do that in apricot. I'm just going to be careful. And I'm using these smaller brushes. If you're using larger brushes, I would maybe put a little bit of masking tape or mint tape over top of your cupcake there. Because I'm using these smaller brushes, I feel safe enough that I don't really need to do that. That is something you could do if you're using a little bit bigger brushes. So then let's close up our apricot. This is probably the most labor-intensive stencil, by the way, just because we are doing a little bit of masking so we can have the multicolor pennant. So then this pennant's only, to cut this one in half, it's 3. So we are just going to mask off and we're going to do 3. We are going to do this guy in Lemon Whip. So let's grab a brush for that and get that in there. Lemon Whip is really light, but sometimes because yellows can get powerful no matter their shade. So I am really I take the lemon and I just use it minimally. So then finally, let's do our last set of banners here. This little piece of hair that is just following me everywhere here, friends. Okay. And then for our final set of banners, we are going to use Ocean Breeze. And you'll notice I picked ink colors that match with the sherbet cardstock back from Scrapbook.com that we're going to be using for our cards today as well. So these are really, really good matches for that cardstock. Okay. Well, we have our banner all colored in. So let's just take a look at how fun our cute little cupcake and are coming together. All right, so we are on to stencil number 4. This is going to color in the cake on the cupcake. And it's going to also color in the rest of the layer of the cake as well. Also colors in these little the little sticks, I guess, that are holding up the banners or the pennants. I'm not going to color those in. I'm going to leave those white. I just really want the foiling to stick out on those. So we are going to just leave those as is. So we are here, we've got Ocean Breeze already in here. So that is going to be the color of the top of the cake. So that's the color I'm going to ink blend the first layer with. Now, is this a cake you would find in real life? Well, you could. I mean, there's food coloring, of course. So maybe not necessarily. That's a great thing about crafting. You can create in any colors you want. They don't have to be realistic. You can really use any colors you want on these. And so I'm using these happy, fun colors that I think really work well with the sherbet cardstock. But when you're using these products in the future, you can do these in any colors you want. You could create a cake in chocolate, so you could use both for these layers. You could do, I mean, there's not enough for rainbow, but you could sure try to blend a rainbow somehow in here. You could do yellow cake. The sky is really truly the limit when you're crafting. Oh, pardon me. So we're doing yellow down here, and we're also going to do the yellow up here. And that's going to be yellow cake on the cupcake. Okay, so let's take this last little layer off, and I think that is coming together super fun. So stencil number 5, we're going to line up the frosting, because that is the easiest way to get the little stars and hearts up here lined up as well. But the only thing we're going to blend in actually are the cute little stars and hearts on the cupcake, because I want to leave this white. So we've got those lined up. I'm going to grab my apricot ink, and we are going to, that was loud. We are going to blend these in apricot. I would have loved to have used Ocean Breeze on these, but I think they would have colored purple when all is said and done, because they would be mixing over top of that pink. So we're going to stick with apricot on this one and just add those fun little details in there. And then finally, stencil number 6, we're going to omit. We are not going to use stencil number 6 today, because I don't want details inside of the frosting, because we're going to add details to that later. So we are done ink blending, and look at how fun it turned out. Go ahead and get those that tape off of there, so I don't accidentally try to die cut these out with the tape. I'm going to set all of these other pieces of tape aside, because I can use them when we're die cutting. Now, I'm not going to clean all of the stencils off extensively right now, but just to give you guys a little tip, on my desk, I just keep a spray bottle of isopropyl alcohol. I just get this at Target. I believe it is the 70%. And the way that I clean my stencils is I just spritz them down with a couple spritzes of rubbing alcohol, and then I just buff them clean. This is just a dry, lint-free cloth. I will do both sides, just in case a little bit of ink residue got underneath. And the great thing about this is it cleans off all of the ink residue, and then it is completely dry. So you can use the stencil again right away or immediately, or you can put them away and they are ready to be filed away and however you organize or use them again immediately. So I'm not going to bore you with watching every stencil get cleaned. I'll clean the rest after class is done. But I just wanted to give that little tip because it's a tip I live by, and I love how quick, fast, easy it is. Now, if that's not your preference, you of course can always take your stencils to your sink, wash them in warm water and with like a gentle soap like a Dawn, and then make sure you rinse them completely, and then you'll just need to let them dry. All right, so we have our little piece here, and we are going to move on to our next step. Okay, so up next, we are going to die cut this. So I'm going to grab my plates. They are used, very, very used. And the great thing about this is all of the elements are on one die. So you don't have to fuss with trying to adhere down multiple dies to it. You just want to take the little bit of time it takes to get all three pieces lined up nice and centered before you run it through your machine. So I'm just taking that time to get those nice and lined up. And then I'm going to tape it down in a couple of areas. Now, one thing to mention about foil is tape does pull foiling up. So you'll want to do your best just to tape along the sides of the die. You don't want your tape to overlap too much into your foiling. So because the foiling can be, pardon me, the foiling can get pulled up by tape. So you'll definitely want to just avoid taping over top of any of that. Now, my Gemini is just off camera. It's the only way I can have it plugged in. So I am just going to take this off camera real quick. And so it might be silent for just a moment. And I am going to run this through my machine. And I will be right back. So you might be wondering, because I used a Platinum 6 for the foiling aspect. Well, that really stuck down there. So I keep I use the Platinum 6 for foiling, but that's the only thing that I use my Platinum 6 for. So I keep it for foiling so that the pressure stays nice and strong. And then I use an electronic machine for die cutting because this is what I do for a living, and I'm trying to avoid injury when you're having to repeat movement over all the time. So I have an electronic die cut machine that I use for die cutting. So I actually technically have the new Gemini 2, but I also have a Gemini Junior that I've been using for years as well. So there are all of our pieces. Now I will be using we'll use the cupcake and the little pennant on one of our cards today. And then we're going to use the cake on the other. Now you'll notice on the die set that there is an additional sentiment. Now, or excuse me, an additional die, pardon me. That die actually matches the Hope Your Day is Sweet on the stamp set. So if you're wanting the piece that coordinates with that, just for reference, that is what coordinates with that die. We're not using it today because we're using die cut sentiments on our cards today. But just for reference, that is what that is for. So at this point, we're going to start working on assembling our cards. So cake is going to go on an A2 sized card. The cupcake is going to go onto a mini slimline card. So in homework, I asked you to create a mini slimline card from white cardstock and 2 panels. A lot of times the panels, we may only use one. I'm not completely sure how many we're going to use yet, but I always have people prep 2 just in case. And then for the A2 card, I asked you to prep a light pink card base and then 2 A2 sized panels as well. So, and then I also asked you to cut out strips of the sherbet smooth cardstock. Now you had two options, two ways you can do this. So I did a set from each of the colored cardstock except for green. So we did the pink through the yellow and then the two aqua at the end. And so there's two ways. I cut mine with the slimline dies from Scrapbook.com, bigger and the smallest. This is a 1/2 inch. This is an 1/8 inch. Or you could just trim them down with a paper trimmer. And I did one set from each color. And this is going to be something that we use to help bring our cards to life and create a fun card design. This is also where the nested A2 arches are going to come into play and the bow toppers as well. Now the bows we're going to do later because I'm not completely sure which one I want to use on what. Now for sure though, we will be using them with the holographic mirror paper. Probably stick with the color that I used for the sentiments, which is the holographic silver or the iridescent silver, whatever you want to call that. So we are going to start bringing in all of the different elements together onto our cards. So we're going to have these items handy now because we are going to start building our cards and creating our card designs. So let's start with our, we're going to actually start with the slimline, or excuse me, the mini slimline. And go ahead and take one of your panels, your 3x6 panels. So you'll see the mini slimline card base is 3 1/4 by 6 1/4. And then the panel that we are creating is 3 by 6. So it just mats nicely within there. And then go ahead and grab out your 1/2 inch strips. We're going to set the A2 side of card pieces aside. And we actually really just need the one panel. So let's go ahead and let's arrange these in order. So let's see here. I think I had to cut the lighter aqua one additional time. So I think it has pieces, but that's okay. All right. So we've got these in rainbow order here. I'm missing a couple colors of the rainbow, but that's okay. It's close enough. So then I am super excited because I am using the Scrapbook.com Artist Craft Glue. It's their liquid glue that has that nice the metal tip. So it's just really nice and precise. And we are going to start building our base here. So we're going to start with the pink. And what we'll do is I'm actually just going to add some glue right here to start with. And the reason why I'm applying directly to cardstock to begin with is I want to be able to utilize my glass mat here to make sure that I'm kind of starting it at a good angle. We're going to angle it a little bit over the cardstock here. And that will allow me, once it's set up a little bit, this will allow me to trim it away. So we will not waste this, but we're going to do a couple of colors first. So now I feel like I can start, we can just do liquid glue directly to the card base. And then you just want to make sure that you have enough cardstock overlapping. And we can butt up right next to the next color. And we're just going to do this until the panel is fully covered. So make sure that, something got a little off there. Make sure that you are leaving enough You can trim away and there won't be any white left. We'll do this with each color. And this might feel kind of tedious. Bear with me, hang in there with me to the end, because it's going to make such a bright and fun, stripe for your card. Now you may be asking why I'm putting the glue on the card panel rather than onto the back of the strip. The reason why I'm doing it that way is because I currently don't exactly know where the strip is going to cut off. And so I find it to be easier to do it this way. And then I'm not having excess glue that's getting onto my glass mat. Avoid getting as much glue as possible on my fingers. Of course, you'll always get a little bit. I need a little bit more glue down here. Okay, so I feel like these have had a good amount of time to set up. So let's go ahead and trim the little tiny guys off first, and I'll just toss those. But I am not going to toss the longer strips because we can use these again as we go along our next layers. So let's cut off to there. Let's make sure I don't cut too much into those blues. We might be able to use those again. So we have the start of our fun panel. So one of the other reasons why I really like using a die set for creating these strips is that they are perfectly straight. So if you feel like if they're not straight as you would like them, it might be because you used a paper trimmer. And so just for reference, that if you were not loving the results of that, then you might want to try to use the die. Okay, so we're just going to start the process over again. Let's go ahead and go glue to paper. And then I'm going to just start this process over again. And we're going to do this to the end, guys. So hopefully you guys are having a fun time so far in class. I hope you're enjoying. I hope you enjoyed learning about foiling and getting to create this really fun, colorful stripe card. I know that I'm excited with how these are going to turn out, how bright and colorful and fun they are. Okay. I think we're going to end doing this one more time. We'll see. Let's see how far we get with probably not every color. So it looks like maybe each color is going to get 2 rounds, but then I think I may have to grab another yellow because I don't think that one is going to quite hit. So that's okay. That's why we have a few pieces, and we can always use that yellow on a different card. Ooh. Now, the good thing about that is you'll notice I kind of got a little bit of glue up there. That's okay. It's going to dry clear. So no problem if you have a little bit of glue seepage. It will dry clear. So then I think that this stripe will be good here. And we may end up just having to add a couple peeps, I think, in the end on this one. Even just one pink, which I think I'm going to, oh, you know what? No, I think I'll have enough pink up here in this one to use. And then I don't need to cut into another strip. We can use those for a different day. So let's trim away all the little guys here. First things first. Right, and these will go in the garbage. And then let's trim away these bigger pieces, because I think I can use those pink for the final one here. The final little piece. Oh, Oh, what's that? It's just a piece of garbage. Okay. And let's get this, we'll just get this fully done. I may end up having to use like the tiniest little bit of the darker pink. That's okay. We're going to do it. It's going to be a little harder to trim away. We're going to make it work. So let's get in there. Get some glue in there. This piece in there. I did quite a bit more glue, and we're going to just need to let it sit for a minute because that's going to be a little harder to trim away. So let's let that sit. I'm going to close up. I'm going to put the pin back into the bottle so that that doesn't get clogged up. One of the tips that I got from Cody when getting this glue is if you feel like it's losing, or if it's kind of closing in and it's sucking in on itself with the air, rub it in your hands like this to loosen it back up. So far, so good for me. I haven't had that issue. But if you're running into that, rub it in your hands and tap it, and that helps get any air bubbles. Okay, let's see how this is going to trim away. Hopefully it trims away easily. Hopefully I've let the glue have enough time to sit here. All right. And there we have our fun striped panel for our mini slimline code. Now you could totally keep these pieces and set them aside for another card if you would like. These little bit of bigger ones. I'm probably going to just keep these guys that are quite a bit bigger. I'll probably end up tossing these ones, but you guys keep whatever you see fit. And then, of course, you have some extras. So you can make another card. You could start with a different color. You could make this card multiple times. So you've got plenty of strip for doing that. All right. So now let's go ahead and grab where did I put it? Let's go ahead and grab the nested A2 arches. I want the arch that is 2.75. So I think that is 1, 2, 3, 4. It is the 5th one in. So let's pull that arch and let's just verify once again that it's approximately, it's a little under 2.75 by a little under 4. And this is going to create a cute little window in our card. And I think that in the end, we're not going to need that extra panel, but I like having extra panels just in case we need them. And so the nested arch is going to create a cute little window for our card here. And then we're going to put our little cake in the center of it. And then I asked you to pre-do the sentiment. So we've got the happy birthday that you've already pre-done, cut out of holographic words. And I think these are going to link down here. So they're going to finish off our cute little mini slimline. So let's go ahead and cut out our fun little arch window. And this will just help the cupcake really show off because it's going to have a white backdrop versus this really colorful stripy backdrop. So let's just get this nice and centered. Now I don't want to run the risk of accidentally pulling up any paper. So I'm going to tape on the inside just in case. I don't typically have paper pull on. Just to be on the safe side, we are going to tape on the inside so we don't run that risk at all. So let's go ahead And I'm just making sure it's nice and centered. You could use ruler and all of that. I'm just eyeballing it. I think will be good. So let's go ahead and run this through. I'll be right back once I finish die cutting. Okay. Other good thing about running this through the machine is it really helps get those pieces in place, but you can also see where maybe you need to add a little bit more glue where there wasn't enough glue underneath. So I'm going to see if this can be salvaged. I'm not sure if that tape got taped down too much. It's possible. And then you'll see I had that little piece where I just didn't glue it. I didn't glue it down well enough. So we're not using this today, this piece today. You can certainly use it on a different card, a different day. So I'm just going to go ahead and set it aside. And I am going to grab this. I'm going to grab the liquid glue. And mostly likely thing is I just didn't add enough glue in this section. So I can remedy that now and glue it down so that it will stay nice and strong on these two areas. And that's the thing about running it through a die cut machine. That really lets you know where you maybe didn't get quite enough glue glued down. Okay, I am happy with that. So let's go ahead and grab this is the Scrapbook.com premium foam adhesive. I like these thin little pieces because you'll notice I've got some pretty thin lines here. So I'm going to just, it's stuck to my hair. I am just going to grab these. And we are going to get this all lined up with some foam adhesive on the back of each one here. Just set that aside and use it later. Okay. If you would prefer a card that has less dimension, you can just skip this step and go ahead and you can just adhere this down directly to your card base with that same liquid glue that we were using, or you could use tape runner, whatever you prefer. I'm a big fan of dimension. So I'm going to go ahead and add a bit of dimension in here. Now you could also use some thicker foam tape here if you like. I don't want to run the risk of the dimensions being different or the thickness being different. Pardon me. So I'm just going to go ahead and add a few strips there. And then that feels good. We ended up not needing this extra panel, so you can just set that aside and use it for a different card at a later date. Maybe you could use that little extra middle piece that out and you put them together to make another card at a future date. So let's go ahead and remove the release paper here. Yeah. Take these guys off. And let's get this nice and aligned. Don't do that. All right. Shoot, this keeps grabbing my card. There we go. Okay. And just get this aligned right in the center. Maybe. I keep fussing with it here and it keeps sticking down on me. This is how you know even seasoned card makers struggle with things sometimes. So this is not a perfectly curated. Okay, you know what? Totally botched this. Let's try this again. Thankfully, this foam tape is from Scrapbook.com is being really forgiving because I am totally botching this. So let's try this one more time. And I'm going to do a much better job centering. I'm wondering if I cut this hold on. Give me 1 second. It's possible. I'm wondering if I cut this wrong. No, I didn't. It's just I'm being silly. All right, let's try this one more time. I don't know why I'm having such a difficult time centering this up here. There we go. Oh, you can blame that one on me. My brain was just not working very well with that. Okay. So there is our background. Now we have our cute little cupcake. It needs to go in here as well. And we are going to pop this up with some foam. I'm actually going to grab these in double for this one. And we're going to add a few pieces to it. Just like that. Like that. And here. Okay. Oops. Before we remove the release paper, we're going to grab a little piece of double-sided tape really quickly. And let's just tape this cute little pennant banner in place where I want it. So we are going to kind of tuck it in here behind the cake. I like doing it like this. And then I can kind of make some slight adjustments to the little banner if I want. Then it stays in place. So finally, we have our happy birthday sentiment, which birthday is going to be down here. Happy is going to kind of grace just the top of the frame so that the cupcake kind of fits in right with it. So birthday will stick right down, but happy is going to need a little bit of foam adhesive. Now, I just like to put the foam adhesive in the places where you probably won't see it as much. So I'm sticking on those P's that have a little bit more dimension, and then I'm probably going to add a little bit down here just to the base of the H. And that probably hold it right in place for me. So I'm feeling pretty good about that. And then our little cupcake will tuck in right here. And then I think we're going to do a little bit of accenting in that upper part of the nested arch. So let's go ahead and get this glued down. So I am just going to dot this. So you could do lines if you want. I like to add little dots because I think it makes it so I don't get too much glue seepage. Now, the great thing about it is if you do get a little bit of glue seepage, it is not a big deal because it is going to dry clear. So, but this, I just feel like I have a little bit more control over what I'm doing just by dotting it, and I'll have less glue seeping to worry about. So we are just going to glue that down directly the bottom part of the stripe. And this one, let's remove the release paper and get these stuck into place here. I don't want the words to overlap too much. So we will leave a little bit of that. And then I have a little bit more room for that cupcake. Tuck down in there. All right. Perfect. So we've got our cute little cupcake. It's going to go right here. And then let's take a look at the bows. We've got the bow topper die that I knew I wanted to add to this. Some paper fibers in there. I just want to get out of there. Got in here a little bit better. Okay, so let's go bows. Let's find the bow that we think will work best with this card. So I'm thinking this one's going to probably be a little bit bigger of a bow or a little bit chunkier of a bow because we have quite a bit of room to fill in. So let's take a look at this one and see what we think here. So we've got that as an option, which is really fun. I do like it. Or we have this one that is a little bit bigger, but a little bit skinnier as well, which we could trim it off a little bit so that it fits a little bit better down behind the cupcake. Let me see what I think here. You know, I think I'm digging bigger one a little bit better. So let's go ahead and grab this one. And we are going to grab the holographic paper pad because I want it to match Happy Birthday. And I think I have a little piece here that is big enough for the bow. So let's just go ahead and get the bow die cut real quick. We'll use those bows again on the other card. We're going to go ahead and just start with this one. Ooh, I might be able to do this and have this to use for a different piece. So if this is feeling like too much holographic paper for you, feel free to maybe grab one of the cardstock colors from the Sherbet cardstock, if that would be your preference. But I'm going to go ahead and cut the I'm going to go ahead and cut it from the holographic paper just because I like all of the holographic elements and I think that they look really fun together. All right. That got really stuck down there. Okay, let me get this. There we go. Okay, so there we have our little bow. And we can kind of fluff it and I can trim it down. And I just think that that turned out really, really cute for the corner of this card. All right, let's go ahead and get our area cleaned up a little bit here. Right, so let's, oh, my little banner kind of undid itself from the tape I put on the back of there. So we'll just go ahead and do this. This works. We'll add a little liquid glue and we'll just stick it to the card. How about that? There we go. All right, so I'm feeling like I want to make sure the bow isn't coming too much off of the card. So I think I'm going to have to do a little bow surgery on it. I think I'm going to have to trim some of this off so that I can, there we go, so that I can make it just fit a little bit better into this corner. And then I can, here we go. So then I get it a little bit better into the confines of the card here. All right, so let's go ahead and put a little bit of liquid glue just in the middle of the bow. I don't want to stick it down fully. I want it to have some dimension. But I also do want it to stay within the confines of the card so it can go into a envelope fairly easily. So I'm just holding that in place, get the glue to set up. The glue will set up more over time as well. So there is card number 1. We're going to do a little bit of embellishing, but let's get going on card number 2 first, and we'll embellish them together at the end. So I'm just going to do a little bit of desk cleanup here. So then we can start working on how we want card number 2 to look. So I'm just going to set this guy aside for now. Let's grab these guys and we are going to get started shortly here on card number 2. Okay, for card number 2, we need to take one of our A2 size panels and just trim it down a little bit. Basically, we have our pink card base, and all that card base is going to do is it's going to be a nice pink mat for our card. So let's just trim 1/4 inch off of 2 sides. So one long side, one short side. And that will give us just a nice good 1/8 inch mat on each side. So that makes your card base or your card panel 4 by 5 1/4, basically. So then let's take the nested die set again. So we know our panel is 4 inches and we want to create a window in there. So I think we're going to go with die number 4, which is about, it's a little under 3 1/2. 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's get that guy off. We're going to make sure that this is the window size we want. But I feel like that's pretty good. It leaves a nice little bit of a border. We've got some room for our sentiment. I'm feeling pretty good about that one. So as I mentioned, it's the 4th die in on the nested A2 arches that we'll be using for this one. So let's go ahead and let's get it cut out real quick. So we're just cutting, try to center the, center it as much as possible. You can absolutely measure if you want. I am just going to eyeball it, and just, center it as best as you can. So I'm going to run this through my die cut machine real quick, and I'll be right back. Was loud in here. I'm not sure if it was loud on camera or not. Now we have our window, but we're going to go ahead and keep the arch that we cut out as well. So I'm just getting that mint tape peeled off of it. And we can go ahead and put the die away. Don't need that any longer. So on the arch that we cut out, we're going to use this so that we have a nice white window as well. But we're going to add some of those thinner paper strips to it as well. So take out the thinner strips that you cut out for homework. And I'm just going to do a quick little measurement here. So this is about what it looks like on the front. And I know I want my cake to pop up about there. And I just want to have some stripes that the cake can basically sit on. So I think it is safe to say that we'll start the stripes at the bottom of the arch and then go up from there. We should only need one of each color. I know that the die cuts out multiples, so let's go ahead and grab one of each color that I had you put out from that sherbet cardstock pad, and we are going to start, and we're going to go backwards basically from what we did last time. So once again, I'm going to do the same thing where I put the glue to the piece we're gluing to. That just makes it a little bit less messy to me. It allows me to get the stripe in place or the strip in place. But then I don't have to worry about having over glued on the strip itself. So this one I'm going to take the time to make sure it's nice and lined up with the bottom. I don't want it to be crooked or off. Okay. We'll just do the same thing that we did last time, but we're just doing it with the thinner strips. And we're only going to do one layer of these strips this time around. All right. So the next color we need is the yellow. Okay, just put the guy up there. And once again, as I mentioned before, if you get some glue seepage, it's not a big deal. The glue will dry clear, so no one will ever see it. You might see it now, but it will be okay when all is said and done. All right, we're making just a fun little rainbow for our cake to sit on. I love that the colors in the strips are a little bit more vibrant and the cake is a little bit more pastel. I think that it's really going to help pop that cake off background by doing this. All right, we just got one strip left to adhere. Oop, that definitely doesn't have enough. Okay, so you'll notice I'm getting that little indent in there. So do the little hand roll and the little thing, and you'll notice it worked itself out. So that just happens as you use the glue and press into it. You're kind of, I don't know, I guess maybe sucking the air out of it a little bit, or I'm not sure what the best terminology is for that. Just roll it in your hands, do a little tap, and it's nice. It fixes itself, basically. Okay, I am feeling good about that. So let's just trim this side off. These guys will go in the garbage. And then these ones I'll put back and I can use them on a different card at a later date because there's quite a bit left on these pieces. Okay, so we have our fun little thing for our cake to sit on. How cute is that? I think that is so fun. Okay, so what we're going to do, let's grab those thin foam tape that we were using. We're going to double it up because we do have enough room for 2 pieces, basically. I want my nonstick scissors here. Go ahead and grab those. We'll save those for a different day. We're going to grab another double layer. And that is it. One thing I love about these thinner strips is you have the option of just using one if you need a really thin strip, but just by doubling up like this, you also get the option of having a little bit thicker. But when you need that thinner strip, you don't have to try to painstakingly, oopsies, I meant to grab 2. You don't have to painstakingly, well, I'll just push this one aside and I'll use it later. Painstakingly try to cut thicker foam into 2. I'm a huge proponent of these thinner little pieces. Okay, let's go ahead and pull the release paper off. Here. Here's hoping this time, friend, I don't fumble with putting this little frame on the way that I did with the mini slimline. I'm going to prove here that I actually am a pro and can do this without having to rip it off. Look at that. See, I can do it. I promise. So, all right. And then this guy, we're going to tuck in here and glue down. So let's get some liquid glue on first so we don't have to do this multiple times. So let's just get some, there we go. Just wondering if I needed to, I wonder if it's called like burping the bottom when you do the thing where you rub it in your hands. It's kind of what it seems like, I guess. Okay. And you'll notice it's kind of happening again. So I'm going to just do that again. Tap it. And I think we're good to go. Okay. So let's get this tucked down in here. Great thing about liquid glue is it gives you some time when you're doing a design like this where you are popping up the outer layer. I'll have to get some adhesive glue. It's just excess glue on my fingers. This gives you a little bit of extra time to really get that under layer into place before you have to, before it sticks down completely. I'm just going to grab this little adhesive remover because I have kind of gluey fingers now from gluing all of those stripes in place. And so I think I've just kind of made a little bit of a mess on my card here. There we go. There we go. All right. So then we have our adorable little cake, which we are going to pop up also with some foam. Tossing scissors around here. That's how you know it's getting real in the craft room when scissors start flying around. We're going to use up some of these smaller pieces I have over here on this card. I'm not going to pop that guy up with any because it kind of will stand on its own. So let's go ahead and take off the relief paper. And then we are going to just pop this guy right in the middle. And then grab your other sentiment that you prepped. And I think we are going to put it down here on the stripes. Ooh, I actually kind of like it where it butts right up with the base of the cake. Or do we want to put it up here? Decisions. You know what? I think we are going to put it right in the middle. No, we're not. We're going to put it right here. And we are going to use a little bit of foam tape to do that. So I'm just going to put foam in areas where you won't see it as much underneath. You've got that vellum, which will help cover it as well. And that should be good. Yeah, it's going to be really cute. So you're covering up a little bit of the stripes, but that's okay because they're meant just to be a little pop of color and to help kind of give that cake some rounding. All right. Now let's grab our bows because we're going to put a little bow on this guy too. But I'm thinking I love this thin little smaller one. I think it matches the daintiness of the card really well. So let's go ahead, grab that other little piece of the holographic paper we have left. And let's get this die cut real quick. And you know what? I'm frugal enough, friends, that let's go ahead, come around that, because that could be another bow for a different card. And that is where Leah's true confession comes out, that I am super frugal. All right, let's cut this real quick. And look at how thin and dainty that is. So fun. All right. Let's toss these away. Okay. So let's go ahead and we are going to just put a little glue on here and glue this guy right there. Perfect. Okay. So finally, let's grab this pops of color. This is the snowflake glitter. And I want to show you guys something really cool. Scrapbook.com has this precision tips kit that is for their glue. The cool thing about it is it also works for their pops of glitter. So let's go ahead and actually arrange this and set this up. So it already had the glue all set up and ready to go, but let's just do that for the pops of glitter. So you'll take that tip off, take the red stopper out, and then go ahead and add the new, whatever these things are called. And then you'll want to go ahead and grab that metal tip and the pin. And so now you have a more precise way to use the your pops of glitter or pops of color. And like I said, I'm using the glitter version today. I love this. I think this is such a genius way to use this. So one of the things I want to just get it out. There we go. I thought that this cake would look really great with some pops of glitter accenting, but we had to do it at the very end because this takes some time to dry. So we had to be sure to do this at the very end so that I didn't get glitter all over the place as we were making cards. So I will pull this up to the camera so you can see it a little bit closer when I'm done. All I'm doing is I'm just going in between those foiled lines there and adding a little bit of glitter into them. So I don't know how well my video camera captures it, but I think that it turned out super fun. So let's go ahead and grab the mini slimline card as well. And we're going to do the same thing on the mini slimline. We're just going to add pops of color. I'm just going to kind of paint those little orange hearts and stars that we blended just to give them a little pop of shimmer as well. And then finally, for our final step, let's go ahead and add just a small accent to the centers of the bows. So let's use a clear iridescent drop. So let's go ahead and use this great little clear iridescent drop from Pink Fresh. Gotta find my jewel picker. Because we have so much holographic stuff going on here, I mostly just want to add a nice little jewel to the center of the bows, just to really make them pop. Just like that. And I feel like that's good. That's totally optional. You can leave that off, of course. It's not a necessary step. I just thought it was a nice little finishing touch here. So let's go ahead and get those glued down. And then our cards are done. Great. Oh, I'm not completely sure where I put the pin down. That's okay. We'll find it in a minute. Oh, it's stuck to me. All right, there we go. So there are our cards for today. I hope you guys enjoyed creating them. I love how holographic and fun they are. No matter what color you chose, I hope you really enjoyed putting them together today. And I hope you enjoyed your fun lesson on foiling. Thanks so much for joining me for class. Bye, guys. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed my fun foiling class today. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me for the last 90 minutes or so. I had such a wonderful time. Now, one thing I wanted to say, if you feel like it, go ahead and add more of those snowflake pops of color to your card. I started to run out of time, and so you could add more to the frosting on the cake. You could add it to the cute little banner on the cupcake card. I think there's a lot more of areas that you could add the fun little glittery pops of color to your cards. So have a great time at your next class, and thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. Bye.
Okay, we are back from two more fabulous educators. We had Mirisha Dean and Lea Lawson. Amazing. What did you think, Cody?
I love both of their classes. Let's start with Marisha's class.
Okay.
I loved the white on white look that she did, and then creating her own stickers. I love that.
I love that she showed us once again how awesome the double-sided adhesive is and how you can make your own stickers with any die cuts. I love that tip, and I always forget about it.
Yeah.
So I'm always happy when I get reminded that you can make stickers that easy. Also, I love that she used the glitter paper too. That was awesome. You can make those stickers out of glitter paper, and the cute bear card. I mean, come on, Mirisha, that was so cute. He was peeking out. So many great ideas there. I just loved your class, so thank you so much.
Yes, I loved it too. I created a little tag, just thanks, a little thanks tag.
That's so cute, Cody. Yeah. You used thanks all the way across in white. I love it, just like she did.
Just a little bit of ink blending, and then the pumpkin die that comes in the cozy, with a cozy fox.
Oh yeah, you did. You used it there. I love that it has the embossing in the pumpkin too. That's so cute. Just gives it a little bit of extra dimension.
Yeah.
That's darling. All right, awesome.
Now Lea's class.
Lea Lawson. Lea and I go way back, just like she said. She did used to work for me, and she was amazing, and I miss her every day. She was the best. So it was so fun to have you as part of SBC Fest, and your class was amazing. I learned so much.
Oh yeah, all about foiling.
So much. Thorough education on foiling. So if you're new at foiling, that was a great class to learn everything you need to know about successful foiling.
Yeah, and I feel like Lea totally took any like fear or intimidation people could have about foiling, and it's gone.
Yeah, she really did. She like set like all the fears that I even had. I am not a big foiler, and now I'm excited to jump in and try. She made it look so easy, so I'm excited.
Yeah, same. And then I love the colors that she chose for her cards.
Yes.
I love the sherbet, of course, look. But
yeah, all of those together, and that she cut the strips and created that. I did my version here from her class, and I love it so much. I really loved all the tips that she gave. I used our Joyride stamp and die set to create this one. So it had the card, the tree, and the little saying, and then I did the open window, and I used our peppermint and sunshine. I mixed a non-Christmas paper pad and a Christmas paper pad together to create this pretty combo of colors. And I love that she used our holographic paper. I tried to add a little bit of that there. Just overall, I love the design with the stripes across. Great tips, great class.
Oh yeah, and that looks amazing. And combining those two paper pads, that's awesome.
Yeah, that was fun. One of my favorites. And I love that she had that whole collection from Pink Fresh.
Yes.
And used it with the cake and the cupcake. Really cute stuff in that set.
Yeah, and what's so great is that if you did purchase her kit, it does come with the stamp. So maybe you run out of foil, you can use the stamp over and over again to recreate a bunch of these cards.
That's so true, Cody. So if you don't want a hot foiler or you don't want to do it, you can use the stamp, and it is a beautiful design. So you can just stamp and keep it simple too. I love that you had both options in that.
Yeah.
Really great class. Really good classes.
All day
yesterday. I can't believe we're coming to an end.
I know.
Lea Lawson finished up our fabulous SBC Fest, and we are just so grateful and humbled from all of the inspiration and the things that we learned from SBC Fest 2023 September.
Yes.
What did you all think? Did you all love it? It was amazing.
Yeah. So, I think you kind of open up, the segue into our next part. We can't, finish SBC Fest without a giveaway.
No, we can't.
So I think everyone should put in the comments right now, what was your favorite part of SBC Fest? What technique did you learn? Share with us, which project you're going to create first.
Yeah, we'd love to hear your feedback. It's always awesome. And we will choose a winner to win a $100 gift certificate to Scrapbook.com. We'll end it big with a $100 gift certificate.
Oh yeah.
That you can buy a lot of fun stuff, especially a lot of things that you got to use in SBC Fest.
Yeah. So while you guys are putting your comments in, we can just wrap it up and share some things with you guys.
All right, I just want to remind everybody to grab your freebie die. This is free for SBC Fest. It is a large, good-sized die, and like we had said earlier, you could cut these apart to use little sprigs, plus you get the center circle. So many great things. Let me just show you a couple of little examples here. This is 3 different wreaths layered on top of each other, so you can get lots of dimension. You can also cut them out of vellum and gold. Can you see the vellum behind there? Really pretty, such a great die, and it's free. Cozy wreath for free during SBC Fest, so make sure you add that to your cart. And then what else, Cody?
We have the September 2023 SBC Fest sticker. You can get this for free with a $20 purchase to, commemorate this SBC Fest.
I know I'm collecting them because this is our third SBC Fest since we started this time last year, our very first SBC Fest. It was amazing. We heard you loud and clear. You begged for us to come back and we wanted to come back. So we are so excited that this is our third SBC Fest and we're not quitting. We're coming back in March. So make sure you join us. In March.
And tell your friends, let us know also if you get together with your friends during SBC Fest. Do you guys just connect virtually? We'd love to hear all about it.
I know. I would love to hear if a bunch of you get together and craft together, or if you're crafting solo in your space with your TV on and watching all of this and getting lots of inspiration. I know I even had to pause a few times so I could write down some notes and then go back and try that technique again. So I love that you get that option for SBC Fest, is that you can pause and go back and watch anytime.
Yeah. And then if you are watching this live, remember to use the promo code SBCFest3 at checkout to save.
Yeah, you don't want to forget that coupon.
No.
Do not forget that coupon. Use that coupon so you can get a discount on your order.
Yeah, and be sure to, check out the coupons page. We always have freebies and good stuff going on.
Yes.
And then, of course, subscribe to our YouTube channel so that you don't miss an SBC Fest or a weekly live stream.
Yes, every week we're on with a live stream with another special great deal, so you're not going to want to miss that. Okay, well, let's choose a winner. We're going to choose a winner right now. So they're going to be pinned to the top. Congratulations to that winner. And then now is the time to say goodbye.
Yeah.
We have to say goodbye, friends. It's been a fabulous 2 days. We are just so very grateful that you joined us. And we're so grateful for all of the educators that joined us. They are some seriously talented people. So make sure you thank them and tell them and go follow them on their personal social media sites and their YouTube channels. You're going to want to check out all the inspiration that they are constantly churning out.
Oh, yeah.
That is what is so fun about this industry and this community, is that there's so much inspiration to glean from each other. And we are grateful that we got to have this community.
Oh, definitely. And then let's bring in all the cards that we have created from SBC Fest.
Beautiful. Look at all of these. So pretty.
And as we're showing these, be sure to upload your projects to the Scrapbook.com gallery. There are so many inspiring projects. I think there's something like over 3 million.
Yes, a ton. Lots and lots of inspiration.
We love seeing your projects in the gallery, so make sure you're adding them whenever you create, and you might be featured.
Yes, be sure to upload whatever you're creating in the gallery. We would love to see it.
When you are uploading, be sure to use the hashtag SBCFest in the category section so that it comes up with all the other projects from SBC Fest.
Thank you again so much for joining us for this SBC Fest September 2023. And we will see them when?
On Thursdays in our live stream.
Every week, Thursday in our live stream, and of course in March for our next SBC Fest. Thanks again, friends, and we'll see you all soon.
See you guys.